네, 바이오 라이브 이제 오후 세션이
We are going to start the afternoon session shortly. In the afternoon, we have prepared presentations from companies. The sessions are organized by the Australian Embassy in Korea and the Turkish Embassy in Korea.
session of Bio Live 2022 will begin very shortly. So please enter the hall and have your seats. I look forward to your participation and interest. Thank you.
프로그램이 시작될 예정입니다. 참관객 여러분들의 많은 관심과 참여 부탁드립니다. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드립니다. 잠시 후 오후 1시부터 바이오 라이브 존에서 호주 세션의 바이오 라이브 프로그램이 진행될 예정입니다. 참관객 여러분들의 많은 관심과 참여 부탁드립니다. 감사합니다.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoy the lunch break in Korea and also enjoy your short break. The afternoon session for the second day of Bio Live will begin now. And the first presentation will be given from the Australian Embassy's Global Business Talent Attraction Task Force, Department of Home Affairs. So firstly, let's welcome Pip Butler, the Director of Global Talent, with a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pip Butler, and I am the Australian Government's Global Talent Officer for Korea. I'm here today to outline the purpose and the requirements of the Global Talent Visa Program and how you can utilise this visa to advance your career, business, and personal interests in Australia. The Global Talent Visa Program offers a streamlined and efficient pathway to Australia. We are offering residency certainty to eligible individuals and for those looking to expand their business interests in Australia by offering residency certainty. Residency certainty complements those who are looking to expand their business interests and complements the support services offered by my colleagues in Austrade and other state and territory investment agencies. Australia acknowledges that internationally there is an intense competition for global talent, and in response to this, the Global Talent Visa Program offers an efficient pathway to Australian permanent residency. We're looking for highly skilled innovators, entrepreneurs, professionals, and academics. The Global Talent Visa represents the most attractive and efficient migration pathway to Australia ever offered to talented individuals. We welcome skilled migrants to enhance their skills and experience in Australia, whilst contributing to the delivery of our nation's blueprint for growth and prosperity, powered by cutting-edge technology and an unmatched lifestyle. With an offer of residency certainty, we will support you to establish or expand your career or business interests in Australia, whilst remaining connected and engaged with the rest of the world. So you may ask, what makes the Global Talent Visa Program different from other skilled migration visa programs? This visa program focuses on the achievements and the talent of the individual visa applicant and has been designed to support extraordinary individuals to quickly establish themselves in Australia. Candidates are assessed on their individual talents and capacity to demonstrate that they are internationally recognised with a history of achievement. Unlike other skilled visa and business investment visa programs, the Global Talent Program does not require applicants to be of a certain age to provide investment capital, undertake a skills assessment, meet a points test, or reside in a nominated state or territory of Australia. Further, as an independent visa program, applicants do not need to be sponsored or have an active offer of employment in Australia. The program does require applicants over the age of 18 to demonstrate that they have English language skills. This level is what we refer to as functional English. However, it is the lowest level of English language proficiency required by Australia, and for those individuals who may not be confident in their English language skills, they are able to pay an additional fee to satisfy this criteria. The program also allows individuals who meet the program requirements to include immediate family members in their visa application. So this means that you can bring a partner and any children under the age of 23 with you to Australia. If successful, all applicants will be granted Australian permanent residency. This means that you and your family members are able to work or study in Australia without limitation for an initial period of 5 years. The program is focused on individuals engaged in the following 10 priority sectors. So we have resources, agri-food and agri-tech, energy, health industries, defence, advanced manufacturing and space, circular economy, digitech, infrastructure and tourism, financial services and fintech, and education. Unlike other skilled migration programs to Australia, there is no specific occupation list. Rather, the Global Talent Visa program seeks any and all talented individuals who are excelling in these future-focused sectors. We have sought to streamline the application process for this visa program, but it is a two-stage process. The first stage of the process is to submit an expression of interest, and this process is free of charge. Candidates will submit an expression of interest via the Department of Home Affairs website, and those who are assessed as meeting the EOI parameters will be invited to apply for the Global Talent Visa. Processing times do vary in terms of the expression of interest. However, contacting a Global Talent Officer like myself will ensure that your EOI meets if your EOI meets prioritisation requirements, that it is considered as soon as possible. If you're invited to apply for the program, you will then submit a visa application. This is where visa application charges are payable. Successful candidates will lodge their application via, again, an online system. Global Talent Visa applications are prioritised as compared to other skilled migration and business innovation investor programs. This means that on average, 90% of all applications submitted are finalised within 4 months. This is incredibly fast for an Australian permanent residency visa. Now, to be eligible for the program, individuals must first, as I've said, submit an expression of interest. In doing this, they will need to demonstrate that they are exceptionally talented and internationally recognised with evidence of outstanding achievement. They will also need to provide information that outlines their prominence in their field of expertise and that they will be of asset to Australia in that field. And finally, they will also need to demonstrate that they will have no difficulty in establishing themselves in Australia. Candidates must meet a high standard and show an exceptional track record of professional achievements. Achievements may include, but aren't limited to, holding senior roles in internationally recognised companies, ownership of patents, receipt of professional awards, being published in international publications, being referenced in media articles, and holding international memberships. Candidates must also be able to demonstrate that they either currently earn or have the capacity to earn in Australia a salary which is commensurate to the Fair Work High Income threshold, which is currently 158,500 Australian dollars. The last requirement of the program is that individuals are nominated. For those that are interested in the program, we can have a further discussion about what the nomination requirements are, but in terms of ongoing obligations to you, your nominator does not have any of those, which is very different to other programs that Australia has to offer. So if you are invited to apply for the program, you will submit a visa application. At this stage, this is where you will be required to pay a visa application charge. The total fee chargeable will depend on your individual circumstances, as there are additional fees associated with the number of dependents that you will include in your application. In addition to this, you will also need to satisfy general visa requirements which are associated with all visas to Australia. This includes undergoing a health assessment and police clearance checks. And this will be the stage where you will also need to demonstrate your English language proficiency. So most importantly, you would be interested in what exactly this visa gives you. So if you're successful, you will be granted Australian permanent residency for an initial period of 5 years. Unlike other countries, Australia does not require you to spend a specific amount of time in Australia as a permanent resident to continue your permanent residency for the following year. If you and your dependent family members are granted a global talent visa, you will have that status for 5 years, and then depending on your circumstances, you may be eligible for a further grant of permanent residency after that period. Also, in addition, as an Australian permanent resident, you will have access to Australia's universal public health care system, Medicare, and also receive a range of benefits as compared to a temporary visa holder. This can include lower government costs associated with the purchase of your first residential property, and if you have children who are going to school in Australia, they will not be subject to international student fees. If you would like to learn more about the Global Talent Visa Program, please visit our website, which is globalaustralia.gov.au, or please also send myself and my team an email at the address listed on the screen. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for sharing that very useful information. So, ladies and gentlemen, next will be the presentations from 5 Australian states. 5 companies from the states of Victoria will start the presentation first. Starting from Opil, the list will continue on with Nuclear Network 360 Biolab, Acclaim Australia, and Specialized Trials. First off, I would like to invite Michelle Gallagher, the CEO of Opil, and she will be giving us her presentation. Please welcome her onto the stage.
Welcome to Australia. In Korea, my name is Michelle Gallagher. I'm Chief Executive of Opal. And today I'm going to introduce you to Open, which is our patient recruitment platform. We are number 1 in Australia on Google search. So here we go. How do you move this on? Could someone help me? That one. Thank you. Technology. Over 80% of clinical trials fail to recruit patients on time and on budget. What we have is a global database of patients. Patients find us through social media, and we recruit efficiently ahead of plan and on budget. We save you time and money. Open is a novel digital platform that provides patients with access to every registered clinical trial in the world. Patients can come on for free, register, give us a little bit of information about them, and search by therapeutic area. We get about 1,200 new patients every week, and that's growing. It's getting much bigger. Our goal is to have 5 million patients in our database from around the world, from Australia, from Korea, from everywhere, in 2 years. Our proprietary artificial intelligence searches our database, and then we go out and we search social media for your patients, and we bring them in. The digital triage, the questions that we ask patients, are to your inclusion criteria for your study. Patients discover us through many different adverts on social media. Not every patient can be found in hospital records. Not every patient can be found at their doctor. Some patients look after their health at home. So many chronic diseases are very relevant to social media. So we work with patient advocacy organisations. We're very good at finding rare patients for rare conditions. And our evidence is very good to do feasibility studies. Have you wondered about recruiting to your clinical trial through social media? I can do a feasibility study for you to know whether you will or won't. My team can feature your clinical trial on our site, and we can create a social media content strategy to help you recruit faster, more accurately, so what you have is qualified leads, pre-screened, qualified, motivated patients. We give you, a CRO or a sponsor or a site, access to our CRM, our database. It's called OpenTrack, and you can customise this and allocate patients to sites anywhere in the world. Right now, we're recruiting a long COVID study in Australia, in Malaysia, and in Chile, and we do it in English and Spanish. And very soon, we're about to start recruiting in Chinese and also Korean. So you can find Korean-speaking patients anywhere in the world with our service, English-speaking patients, Spanish-speaking patients, or Chinese-speaking patients. This is a very important point, diversity. So the FDA recently announced guidelines asking sites, sponsors, and CROs to demonstrate a diversity plan. How are you going to recruit more diverse patients into your clinical trial? Social media is perfect for this. So social media often links people from different ethnic backgrounds, but also social media allows more inclusion and better access, particularly for rare patients, but also patients in therapeutic groups on social media. So my final message is we can recruit qualified and motivated patients for you faster using AI and social media tools by searching our database that is growing every hour with more patients, but also we can find patients for you through social media channels anywhere in the world. Remember this point. Most clinical trials fail to recruit on time or on budget, and I can solve that for you. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. So thank you, that wonderful presentation. And next will be streaming a pre-recorded video of Jeffrey Wong, the Director of Business Development from Nuclear Network. So please watch the video.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Wong, and I'm the Director of Business Development at Nucleus Network. Thanks, BioCourier, for giving me this opportunity to tell a little bit more about Nucleus Network, Australia's leading early phase clinical trial specialist. One simple way to remember us is to think of 1, 2, 3. Nucleus Network specializes in early phase 1 clinical program, though not exclusive. We do operate across 2 countries, both Australia as well as in the US, and we operate 3 early phase clinical trial facilities across both the 2 countries. We have been in operation for more than 20 years, and during this period of time, we have conducted in excess of 1,000 clinical trials. On an annual basis, across our 3 sites, we conduct approximately 100 clinical trials. Half of those are your true first-in-man studies. In terms of capacity, we have in excess of more than 200 dedicated phase 1 beds. In Australia alone, we run in excess of 60% of all dedicated phase 1 beds in Australia. From a regulatory perspective, we have been inspected by the FDA, the EMA, as well as regularly audited by both sponsors and CROs alike. Why do we operate across both Australia and US? We believe in giving our clients the opportunity to choose, to give them the flexibility and to give them options. Whilst there are the advantages of coming to Australia in terms of speed of the regulatory framework itself, 4 to 5 weeks to get approval, there's cost efficiency from a currency exchange, as well as the R&D tax incentive, up to 43.5% rebate for expenditure spent in Australia. There are also advantages of going or staying in the US to run your early phase clinical trials. For example, the regulatory engagement through the IND pathway, specifically through the pre-IND meeting, for example. which is also the reason why for any of our clients coming to Australia, we do engage with them quite earlier on to ensure that they have a robust preclinical package, to ensure that the streamlined regulatory framework is maximized through a truncated review and approval process itself. If you take a deeper dive into the 3 sites that we operate across both US and Australia, we do have sub-specialization across our sites, which is unique to a Nucleus network. In Melbourne, for example, which is where we have our 90-bed facility, we do specialize in first-in-human new chemical entity programs that are shorter in duration. So primarily your SAD/MAD dose-ranging programs, your drug-drug interaction study, as well as your ethnic bridging study in both Japanese or Chinese, for example. In Brisbane, we tend to run biologic samples, biologic studies, particularly for biosimilar and vaccine programs, which tend to be longer in duration of 3 months, 6 months, or even up to a year. This is a strategy that we have in place to allow us to have a targeted recruitment approach to help increase recruitment rate as well as retention of participants as well. And in Minneapolis, aside from being able to conduct early phase clinical pharmacology programs in healthy volunteers, we are also specialized in renal or hepatic patient population as well. We're able to recruit and enroll patients across the severity categories of mild, moderate, and severe. And we're also able to conduct hemodialysis on site if needed. Across our 3 sites, we have on-site pharmacy as well as our own processing laboratory as well. If you look at therapeutic areas itself, we are broad spectrum. As you can see from this slide, it goes to give you a good sample size of the different therapeutic areas that we have experience in. And this experience comes from the fact that we do collaborate very closely with our key opinion leaders that are located very in close proximity to our site. And that is due to the fact that we are located within tertiary teaching hospital compound and also research precinct, allowing us to have both the expertise as well as the technical accessibility to conduct clinical assessments, which are otherwise not possible if we're located elsewhere. We're able to perform very specialized assessments like EEG, for example, other imaging requirements like PET scan on a need-be basis because of our geographical location in close proximity to these vendors itself. And lastly, I just want to highlight our collaboration with the Korean bio industry, which goes way back. We have seen a spike of interest, particularly in APAC, and we are proud to say that South Korea is probably the 2nd largest market exploring to conduct clinical trials in Australia behind China. Our partnership with the bio industry in Korea goes beyond just the small startup biotech companies, but it extends to a big multinational pharmaceutical companies like Daewon itself. We foresee this trend to continue to grow with the maturing of the market across both countries. And we definitely look forward to working in partnership with more Korean companies itself. We have also seen a change in some of the programs that are coming through from the typical biosimilar in the past to now more moving into the first-in-human new chemical entity arena itself. We're excited with this change because that's our area of expertise, and we look forward to receiving more inquiries from the South Korean market itself. And we definitely look forward to opportunities to collaborate and to work in partnership in advancing medicine and improving lives together. So I wish you all the best with the rest of the conference, and feel free to reach out anytime. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. So as for the Q&A session, for pre-recorded videos, please visit the BioKorea 2022 website and ask questions there. And the presenter will then answer the question through the website. If you have any questions, just please visit our website. Okay, next, the EVP commercial of 360 Biolab, Angela Lutek, will give us a presentation. So please welcome her onto the stage.
Hello, and thank you for joining us today. So 360 Biolabs is a specialty lab located in Melbourne and Brisbane in Victoria. Phase 1 clinical trials in Australia are very diverse, so we are required to hire very world-class and talented biologists and chemists. We support phase 1 to phase 4 clinical trials, mostly phase 1, as you would know, for the advantages of Australia. And we also support therapeutics, vaccines and diagnostics in a quality assured environment. So the advantages of using 360 Biolabs is that you can do PK and PD all in the same laboratory, a one-stop shop for all of your clinical trial needs. We have quality systems which include GLP, GCP and ISO 17025, which means that all of our data is also accepted by regulatory bodies around the world. That's FDA and EMEA. We have an industry experienced executive team, and so our clients love knowing that we've been in your shoes and we've developed products as you are doing, working with 360 Biolabs. We pride ourselves on communication and flexibility from the first time that you interact with the 360 Biolabs team, and we have an every sample count mindset. This just gives you a little bit of an idea about the different therapeutic areas that we support. I'm not going to go into too much detail as we only have 5 minutes here. And a little bit more science here for everyone to understand our services. So we can work with small molecules, proteins, peptides, as well as biologics and large molecules as well. We have a very wide range of PD endpoints that we can support for your clinical trial, ranging from flow cytometry, biomarkers, ADAs, and a whole suite of endpoints that you will need. We have a virology team to support vaccine clinical trials, and a molecular team for gene expression and qPCR-related endpoints. We offer central lab services, so we can do your biobanking as well as your lab manuals, sample collection kits, and everything that you need for your clinical trial to get samples from site to 360 Biolabs for analysis. Just a quick little background on our clientele. About 85% is biotech and 15% is pharma, and 40% APAC and about 60% US. So as I said when I started the presentation, we are located in Melbourne. We're also located in Brisbane as well, and both of our locations are within medical research institutes. We've also joined the Bioagiletics Global team as of last October, and so now we have sites globally, so we can conduct your clinical phase 1 study in Australia and transition through to one of our US labs for your phase 2. So you can continue working with the same team as you transition from phase 1 through your clinical program. We work a lot with Korean clients. Here's a couple of case studies here of 3 different groups that we've worked with. One an oncology global study, the second one in the middle there was a small molecule metabolite ID program, and the last one there, a vaccine study for COVID. And we've supported about 25 COVID vaccine studies over the last 2 years. And I'll just leave you with the advantages of Australia, and that is speed, cost, quality. It's a great environment to work in and very easy to conduct your clinical trial. And I look forward to meeting you one day in Australia and welcoming you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that information. Interesting to know about your companies. Okay, so the next presentation will be from Blair Lucas, our partners from Climb Australia. So please welcome her through the video.
Good afternoon. My name is Blair Lucas, and I'm the partner and CEO of Climb Australia. And I'm here today to talk to you about Australia's R&D tax incentive. Australia has a very generous R&D tax incentive that's designed to support life science companies who are doing clinical trials in Australia. At present, the benefit is quite substantial. As you can see here, where a company has a global group turnover of less than 20 million Australian dollars, you will receive a benefit that is equivalent to 18.5% plus your corporate income tax rate. In practice, this amounts to 43.5% cash rebate on your eligible R&D spend in Australia. For companies that have a global group turnover of more than 20 million Australian dollars, the benefit can be up to 46.5%. However, this is only a tax offset. That is a credit that can only be applied against profit that is earned in Australia. Therefore, for early stage life science companies, it is the cash rebate of 43.5% that is most attractive. As you can see here, in simple terms, as I've said, where you have a global group turnover of less than 20 million Australian dollars, you will receive up to 43.5% cash refund on your eligible R&D spend in Australia. Where your global group turnover is more than 20 million Australian dollars, you will receive up to 46.5% as a tax offset. In order to understand which benefit you receive, you need to understand how the calculation of global group turnover is calculated. As you can see here, you need to include every company within your corporate group. Your Australian subsidiary that you will need to establish in order to access this benefit will have no revenue or minimal revenue. Your Korean parent company will have a revenue position depending upon what the ordinary income is for that company, and you will need to consider whether that revenue is less than 20 million Australian dollars or not. And then you need to consider any shareholder of your Korean company that has more than 40% of the shares. If you have a shareholder with more than 40% shareholding in your Korean parent, you will need to include the revenue position of that company when you calculate the total global aggregated revenue. Therefore, if you are an early stage life science company with less than $20 million of revenue here in Korea, and you have no shareholders with more than 40% of the shares in your Korean parent, then you will likely have a total group revenue of less than 20 million Australian dollars and will be eligible for the 43.5% cash rebate. In order to access the benefit in Australia, there is one prerequisite. You must have a company in Australia. Any company in Australia of this nature can be 100% foreign owned by your Korean parent. There are limited minimum capital requirements. You must have one share for $1. And it is very quick and streamlined and efficient to set up a company in Australia. It takes around 30 minutes to register a company electronically, and then around another 4 weeks to complete the required tax office registrations and open a business bank account. Ideally, your parent company should be located in a country with a double tax agreement with Australia, and I'm pleased to advise that Korea has a double tax agreement with Australia. However, if you have a company located in a tax haven such as Cayman Islands, this will not be eligible to own a subsidiary in Australia for the purpose of accessing the R&D tax incentive. So now that you have your company established in Australia and you have determined that you have less than $20 million in global aggregated revenue, you need to ensure that you are conducting eligible R&D activities. I'm pleased to advise that clinical trials are very clearly eligible as a core R&D activity, and you must be conducting a core R&D activity in Australia in order to be eligible. A core R&D activity is defined by reference to the scientific method. It is an experiment which you conduct which generates new knowledge which was not known beforehand. So all of your costs you pay to CROs pass through cost to clinical trial sites for all of their activities they conduct in Australia are eligible for the R&D tax incentive. Furthermore, supporting R&D activities are also eligible, and these are activities that themselves may not necessarily be experimental in nature, but are nonetheless directly related to the core R&D activity, your clinical trial. These would include patient recruitment costs, or laboratory and analytical work that you conduct in Australia, drug manufacturing done in Australia, etc. The R&D tax incentive process is very streamlined and efficient. There is an application made with the Department of Industry at the end of your financial year to explain the nature of your clinical trial activities. And then when we file your income tax return with the Australian Taxation Office, there is an appendix, a schedule, which details the amount of money you spent on eligible R&D activities and the benefit that you are therefore eligible to receive. The rebate is usually paid within 4 to 8 weeks after filing the income tax return, and those funds can then be used for whatever purpose you wish, to conduct further R&D activities in Australia, new R&D activities on new drug assets, or they can be repatriated to your parent company. Thank you for your time today. If you have any questions, I'd be very happy to speak to you about how we can support you to establish a subsidiary company in Australia for the purpose of conducting clinical trials and accessing the R&D tax incentive.
Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. Again, as for the Q&A session for pre-recorded videos, please visit the VIO Korea 2022 website and ask questions there. And the presenter will then answer the question through the website. Okay, so next, moving on to the next company, which will be the last one from the states of Victoria, Australia. Well, Dr. Kathy Lewis, the commercial leader, will be presenting. So I would like to invite her onto the stage. Please welcome her.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. So I'm from Specialised Trials at Australian Clinical Labs, and we are a pathology company. We're one of Australia's leading pathology companies with services provided across all states and territories in Australia. We have centrally located laboratories in Melbourne, Sydney, Adelaide, Darwin, ACT, Perth and Brisbane. And we now have over 1,300 collection centres right across the country. We service over 90 hospitals, have a total of 80 NATA accredited laboratories, and very importantly for this, we have one national unified pathology system, linking all our laboratories into one information system. So our national footprint is accessible and convenient. We pride ourselves on ease of accessibility for our collection services. And we have a vast and experienced courier network ensuring that samples from all over the country make it to our central laboratories in a timely fashion for the turnaround times required. This is something we are really utilising in ensuring that we can provide services for teletrials and decentralised trials that are operating around the country. So all clinical labs laboratories are accredited by NATA, the National Association of Testing Authorities, ensuring all our results are of the highest accuracy. NATA is the Australian body responsible for GLP accreditation in Australia, and our two dedicated clinical trials laboratories in Victoria and Queensland are fully staffed by GCLP certified scientists and project managers. So our dedicated clinical trials laboratories are located in Brisbane and Melbourne, and Specialised Trials is our dedicated clinical trials unit that operates around the country. We service phase 1 to 4 clinical trials, and our sample analysis includes enrolment and screening testing, as well as routine safety testing. We function as both a central lab or a local lab, depending on your trial requirements, and our full suite of services include kit production, logistics, sample storage, as well as data extracts. So just want to touch on a couple of these. These are some of our services, but we have a full range of standard pathology testing, as well as specialised testings for many indications and diseases. And this is also made possible through our connections with over 90 hospitals around the country and many research centres. Study setup is conducted to IHC GCP guidelines. We have a wide range of logistics services. We set up data transfer agreements with customised data extracts, including from multiple clinical sites using clinical labs nationwide. We can also provide interfacing or direct data capture by various sponsor or CRO EDC systems. We're also supporting teletrials and decentralised trials with home collections possible in many areas across Australia, including for enrolment, pre-screening tests such as COVID-19. If you do have special requirements for decentralised or teletrials, do come and speak to me about that, because we do offer quite a number of tailored solutions. So for data security, we have rigorous security measures in place that ensure that blinding is maintained and data security is maintained right across the country, even for home collects and drop-ins at our 1,300 collection centres. Results and reports can be delivered via secure HL7 messaging directly into client subject management systems or via a secure web portal. We are the only pathology provider in Australia to use one laboratory information system right across the country. and this ensures seamless service to all of our clients regardless of location or number of locations. This unified approach assures quality control and is a key feature of our nationwide service for our clinical trials customers. This unique Australia-wide laboratory information system allows us to provide single consolidated data extracts from ACL clinical sites across the country, even when conducted through multiple independent clinical sites, hospitals or doctors' practices. Lastly, although we are a premium provider for later phase trials, we're also the #1 provider for phase 1 clinical trials in Australia. We support extremely fast turnaround for safety review committee review, and we are located extremely closely to a number of phase 1 units in Australia. We are a registered Oz industry service provider, meaning that our services are eligible for the R&D tax offset of up to 43.5%. We have a comprehensive range of services, and we provide services to quite a number of phase 1 units. So whether your study is a one single site, phase 1, or a large multi-centre nationwide or global study, ACL and specialised trials have a solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all the 5 companies from the state of Victoria, Australia. Thank you very much once again. And the next Australian session will be in 2 parts from the states of Western Australia. Avicenna Systems and PYC Therapeutics will join us online. CEO and co-founder of Avicenna Systems, Tony Fitzgerald, will commence the presentation. So please welcome him on the screen. Hello.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for the chance to participate in Korean Bio. I'm very sorry that I couldn't have been there to present in person, but very happy to be presenting to you online. If I could commence the presentation by just talking a little bit about the last 2.5 years, which has highlighted globally the limitations that we have on current pathogen screening technologies and their limitations and inability in many cases to be able to deal with pandemic scale infections. And that was the rationale behind the formation of Avicenna 2 years ago. The company has developed a novel, very high throughput, very convenient, low cost and rapid pathogen screening system using direct saliva samples. We have validated that system and shown it to be equivalent to PCR in detecting infectious levels of COVID using LAMP chemistry in an overall process that's less than 40 minutes and where we can test up to 4,000 individuals an hour on current equipment, and on the new generation machine, which is coming out in 3 months' time, over 5,000. We have rapidly expanded out of Western Australia and now have a presence in Europe, in North America, and hopefully, as part of this presentation, a presence in Asia. And we have in-house expertise ranging across biochemistry, robotics, electrical and mechanical engineering, cloud software, and all of the backup services necessary to launch a system like ours. The need for accurate, scalable pathogen screening has been amply demonstrated during COVID, and we should be remembering that there are things coming after COVID which we should be preparing for. There is much fear about what the next influenza season could look like, other variants of COVID, or potentially new pathogens. And there are some key areas that we would like to target: protection of the workplace, and we'll give some examples of that later in the presentation here in West Australia, because widespread infections from COVID or other types of pathogens can lead to dramatic loss of output at key industries and cripple economies. And very importantly, protecting vulnerable communities. So people who are working in hospitals and their infectious status is important for the health of the patients, people who are residents in aged care facilities, in our own country, Indigenous groups, people who are immunocompromised, and then, of course, the need to enhance border security and be able to protect countries from the introduction of new pathogens that might be very damaging. So biosecurity has been sort of re-examined in our system. PCR, as a very accurate system, can be slow, however. It can be expensive. It's somewhat difficult to scale, and there's a problem in deploying it at scale in any sort of remote locations. And the antigen tests, which are commonly used now at scale around the world, unfortunately are not sufficiently accurate for people with low viral loads, pre-symptomatic and asymptomatic people, and the publications are showing an average accuracy of around 60%. So you're potentially missing a lot of asymptomatic people if you're using RAT as the method of screening. So what we tried to do was take the best features of PCR, nucleic acid amplification technology, of which LAMP is one, and try to take that level of accuracy, but try and get the convenience and the speed that's currently being delivered via RAT antigen testing. You would have seen similar types of material before, but it just shows you that you are contagious in a period when you may not be detectable. And in LAMP and PCR, you can be detected very early on in infection, but unfortunately with RAT, you may be out in the community, in a hospital, in an aged care facility where you are infectious, but you don't become positive on a RAT for several days. And we found that both in our own business and certainly with the people that we've been screening for. So the COVID testing landscape is quite simply, you have one lot of technologies which are high accuracy, PCR and LAMP. You have another lot of technologies which are relatively rapid, but unfortunately not as sensitive. And what we're trying to do is combine the two, and we believe that we've done that very successfully to date. Part of the process, which is very important to focus on, is, of course, a sample collection. And so we have an end-to-end system. We have a custom-designed saliva swab that doubles as a cap for our collection tube. It takes 30 seconds to take a sample. It's very convenient. It's able to be used with the elderly. We've had no problems at all in testing in aged care facilities using this technique, and we've been testing our own staff now for nearly 4 months. So we have the ability to collect exactly the right amount of saliva and be able to process rapidly. We have two instruments which those samples, saliva samples, are loaded into. One is a mini version of our instrument, which can screen 384 samples an hour. It's mobile, it weighs 35 kilos, and it can be taken to multiple locations. The second is a much larger instrument, which you can see here. It occupies approximately 2.5 square meters of ground, and it can process up to 100,000 samples a day, all automated. So it's entirely robotic from the time the samples are loaded onto the front of the machine to the time that they're reported on. The accuracy that we've been able to validate has been equivalent to PCR for detecting all individuals who have infectious viral loads of COVID. It's cloud linked. The samples are barcoded for reliability. They're anonymized, and the results are uploaded to the cloud and then transmitted depending on the methodology required by the stakeholder. The turnaround time from collection to result is 40 minutes. This is for COVID, and it's about 20 to 25 minutes actually on the machine. This is an entirely novel approach to loading of samples. So we're not using batch-based loading. We're using continuous random access loading. We have applied for patents for that technology, and that enables us to get to a much, much larger throughput. We've also acquired our own chemistry, so we have our own high-performing COVID LAMP chemistry. This is what our new machine looks like. It's coming out in 3 months' time. It is a third of the size of the large one that you see, but it can do more than 100,000 in the day. It's able to be loaded into a truck or mounted on a van, and it's about 1.4 meters high. So it's a very small but extremely powerful and rapid machine. The important focus, I think, when we're thinking about pathogen screening is what is coming after COVID-19. And our instrument is able to be adapted to test for other pathogens. You simply change the test chemistry on the front end of the machine, or you multiplex and run more than one test at the same time. There are emerging threats. Resistant TB, Zika, malaria. There are tropical diseases that are becoming more prevalent because of global warming. You have antibiotic-resistant pathogens, and of course, you have influenza. And COVID has opened our eyes to these new threats. We need a much better system of detecting and responding rapidly to infectious disease outbreaks to stop them escalating into pandemics. There's plenty of data in here, but our time is a little limited today. But this slide is demonstrating the sensitivity across a range of CT values. Our cutoff is about 32, 33, which is the level at which the virus ceased to become infectious. And as you can see on this chart, rat is not doing much beyond about 25. The types of applications are multiple. You have vulnerable workplaces. You have certain industries which are very vulnerable to infection. You have the travel industry, major events. We are already doing work in the Middle East, preparing for possible use of the facility of the system at the Hajj, hospitals and aged care, schools, and border screening. The two use cases that we've highlighted in here have been residential aged care and workplace protection. But to give you some idea of the potential financial impact, Rio Tinto's downgrade of production in Western Australia was up to 20 million tonnes, so $3.3 billion of production. Perhaps I can finish on that by saying that we'd be very interested to talk to any parties that would be interested to partner with us to potentially launch this technology in Korea or North Asian markets, and I'd welcome any questions that anyone might have about it.
Okay, thank you very much for being stay tuned, and thank you for taking your time to be with us over the internet. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question for the online Q&A session, please go to the BioKorea 2022 website and ask your question there. Or you can scan the QR code or access BioLive on the homepage. I look forward to your active participation. So moving on to the next, also the next speaker will be from the state of Western Australia. So we'll try to contact the next speaker. So while waiting for the next presentation, I would like to introduce our program. So the 3-day long Bio Life that started from yesterday is aimed to promote attendees' technologies and products and perhaps become a starting point to a newly unexpected partnership with global companies. Not only companies, but we had embassies and investment institutions from 5 different companies, 5 different countries, along with pharmaceutical companies, clusters, local government. Both local and foreign buyers have attended to pursue new adventures. And today's BioLive will be heard at the BioLive Zone as well, where both offline and online presentation will be given. So I think they're all set. So I'm pleased to introduce the next speaker. Next presentation will be also from the state of Western Australia. CEO Dr. Rohan Hawkins of PYC Therapeutics is now ready. Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Thank you very much for joining us. Please begin your presentation.
Thank you for the opportunity to give you a very brief introduction to PYC Therapeutics. My name's Rohan Hawkins. I'm the company CEO. PYC is a precision medicine company that is dedicated to changing the lives of patients with major unmet needs. And the way that we do that is by combining a class of drug called an antisense oligonucleotide or an RNA therapeutic with our proprietary platform delivery technology. And in doing so, we overcome the major challenge in the precision medicine field, which is getting enough drug to the target cell in order to have a therapeutic effect. And from this platform technology, we have generated 4 investigational drug candidates that we're currently progressing towards first-in-human evaluation, with a particular focus on a class or type of disease that is driven by a mutation in a single gene or monogenic indications. And the reason for that is the much higher prospects of success in clinical development associated with these monogenic indications. In terms of the 4 products that we have originating through the platform, the first 2 are directed towards blinding diseases of the eye. The third is focused on a central nervous system disorder, and the fourth, it's currently undisclosed, but it's a disease in the kidney. I'm going to focus mainly today on our most advanced asset, which is an investigational drug candidate for a blinding eye disease called retinitis pigmentosa. We are scheduled to file an investigational new drug submission, or an IND, with the US FDA in November of this year, which will enable us to progress through to a combined phase 1/2 study at the start of next year. In terms of why we're excited about the outcomes of that clinical study, I thought I'd show you some pictures here of what they call a retina in a dish model. And this is a very nice tool that enables us to take a skin sample from a patient who has the target disease and turn that cell backwards into a stem cell, and from that stem cell grow all of the different cell types in the eye. And those cell types then self-organize and create what we call an optic cup, or a retina in a dish model. And what you see on the far left-hand side here in bullet point number 1 is what the retinal pigment epithelium, or the outer layer of the eye, looks like in a patient who has no disease process occurring. You can see what they describe as a nice cobblestone road appearance, where you have these RPE cells of regular morphology that form a very tight junction with one another to create a barrier on the outside of the eye. What you see when you grow a retina in a dish model from a patient with retinitis pigmentosa is you lose that morphology. And here you see in bullet point number 2, the loss of the structural components of the RPE cells, and consequently the functional deficits that we see in these patients, which will lead them to go blind typically by the age of around 40 years old. And why we are so excited about the prospects of the lead program in phase 1/2 clinical trials early next year is that you see on the far right-hand side here the impact on the patient's eye after a single 5 micromolar, so a close to the anticipated human therapeutic concentration that we are seeing in the non-human primate non-clinical setting. You are seeing complete resolution of the morphology of those cells and restoration of the outer barrier. So in summary, we're a precision medicine company that is about to undertake the transition to a clinical stage company. We are a multi-asset company, and we have an underlying platform technology. We are interested in talking to Korean companies who have similar interest in the RNA therapeutic space, or are looking for a facilitated delivery technology for their drugs. Thank you.
Okay, so I hope you enjoyed the presentation. So quickly moving on to the next, there will be 2 presentations from the state of Queensland, Patheon by Thermo Fisher Scientific and QIMIR, Berkeley will present. And firstly, Koji Tanimoto, the Senior Director, Head of Business Development Asia Pacific and Japan of Patheon by Thermo Fisher Scientific will present. So I would like to invite him onto the stage. Please welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this opportunity to give us provide the presentation of Patheon, Thermo Fisher Scientific. My name is Koji Tanimoto, and I head up the business development team for Asia Pacific and Japan under Pharma Services Group, which is also known as the Patheon brand under Thermo Fisher Scientific. Okay, starting with the first slide. Just quickly about our company. So Thermo Fisher's mission is to enable our customers to make the world healthier, cleaner, and safer by providing various different types of value-added products and services and solutions to life science industry. We currently have over 100,000 employees globally, and roughly about 6,000 of those employees are R&D and scientists and engineers. And we have been spending about $1.4 billion of R&D investment every year. And the global revenue right now is about 40 billion. And actually, Patheon company was acquired by Thermo Fisher back in 2017. And back then, the revenue was about 20 billion. So we have been growing exponentially in these past 5 years in terms of revenue through various strategic acquisitions. So under Thermo Fisher Scientific, we have different primary brands. Maybe you're familiar with a few of those brands. I represent the Patheon brand under Pharma Services Group. Most recently, we acquired a CRO company called PPD last year. So we are really expecting to create lots of synergy between CDMO and CRO business from this acquisition. So our services are basically patient-centric focus by providing a true end-to-end solutions to our customers through life cycle of a product drug development from a very early stage like preclinical phase, drug substance and drug product, clinical trial manufacturing, packaging, labeling, distributions, and logistics, and all the way to the commercial manufacturing and packaging. So we support true one-stop service for in the clinical space, and then even post-approval of the product, commercial manufacturing, packaging, and as well as the life cycle management, including the biosimilars and generics. Most recently, we have been expanding quite significantly in this cell and gene therapy field. So we are able to offer viral vector manufacturing, plasmid DNA manufacturing, and cell therapy, including like CAR T cells manufacturing. So a quick snapshot of about our some scale. So we currently work with about 1,200 customers globally, and roughly about 80% of those customers come from the emerging pharma segments. So in Korea, I think emerging biotech is a really growing market for us. We have been successfully working over 20 biotechs in Korea these days across different types of services. We were able to get about 117 approval, new drug, NDA approvals in these past 10 years. This represents more than double of the NDA approvals in the second-ranked CDMO. We have been supporting over 6,000 clinical trials with over 20 years of GMP manufacturing experience. So out of the 100,000 employees, almost nearly 20,000 colleagues are under this pharma services group, CDMO business. And out of almost 6,000 scientists and engineers, half of them are in this pharma services group business. So that just tells us how much we put our resources and scientist expertise in this CDMO business. As you can see here, it's a little bit busy slide, but we cover small molecule API, biologics, cell therapy, different types of drug products, clinical services. And today I'd like to just briefly talk about the biologics business, as we have a state-of-the-art drug substance manufacturing site in Brisbane, in Australia. So this is just shows how much investment we have been making in this biologics business. So as you can see here, this is the situation in the market. So on the drug substance side, we have been making about $170 million of investment in this past 5 years since the acquisition of the Thermo Fisher. And on the drug product side, we have been making almost $320 million of investment. So altogether, roughly about $500 million in this biologic space. Without having a Thermo Fisher's acquisition, we weren't able to have this kind of investment. So we're really proud of being as part of Thermo Fisher Scientific. So this is our Brisbane site in Australia. So it's a state-of-the-art monoclonal protein biologic manufacturing site, supporting from phase 1, phase 2. Hopefully, we're running a few commercial products in the coming years. We're expecting some approvals coming through. So, and basically, this site supports all the drug substance manufacturing using a different production mode, like fed batch by perfusions. We also utilize our proprietary high cell density cell culture platform called XD, and we can support up to 2,000 liter of scale. We do have in-house QC/QA capabilities with a very strong track record with the right first time and the inspections as well. We have a very strong project management team, and as other presenters explain about the tax refund incentive program, definitely, a lot of our biotech companies in Korea are enjoying this 43.5% tax refund incentive program. This is going to be my last slide. So we do have a few platform programs for this drug substance biologics business. What we call is quick to clinic program. So if customers are okay to use our standard platforms, we can start from the receiving of DNA sequence up to the release of the drug product within 13 months of time frame. So this is significantly lower than, less than the standard program that we typically work with, which is 22 months. So it's 9 months of saving the customer can enjoy if they are able to, if they allow us to use our standard platform technologies. So with that, this is my end of the presentation. So if you have any questions about our capabilities and services, please feel free to stop by at our Ken 10 booth. It's just only a few seconds from here. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senior Director Koji Hanimoto, for that excellent presentation. It was very good to know about your company. Okay, so next, Dr. Matthias Kroll, the Chief Commercial Officer from QIMR Berghofer, will now present. So he's now getting ready for his presentation. Please come forward to the stage.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity of presenting QIMR Berghofer and its manufacturing arm, QGen Cell Therapeutics. QIMR Berghofer is Australia's second largest medical research institute, and it's been manufacturing cell therapies and inventing cell therapies for over 20 years now. This is actually met with success. At the moment, we've got a lead program with our licensee, US biotech Atara Biotherapeutics, in phase 2 clinical development in the United States at this moment, and we manufacture this clinical trial product locally in Brisbane in our manufacturing arm. Thank you. So more than 20 years of excellence in T-cell manufacturing, and we are a trusted partner locally and also internationally, as we manufacture autologous and allogeneic therapies with a complete on-site QC capability. We've got dedicated facilities and competitive pricing. We do international collaborations and commercial partnerships. So beyond our internal pipeline, we've got a fast expanding portfolio of external customers. And it's obviously very interesting. I'm touting the same as my colleagues from the other Australian organizations. It's very interesting for an East Asian company to actually use Australia as an inroad into global development because of the high quality of clinical data, the ease of access, and the economic benefits which you've heard about. You will be able to enter fast and economically into early stage clinical development and then seamlessly transition into mid and late stage pivotal and registration trials in other regions of the world, which makes it very attractive. So we've got 15 clean rooms. It's an over 2,000 square meter facility. We collect cells from Australia, Asia, and the United States and supply to all of these regions. We integrate collection, manufacture, and delivery, and we also work as a part of an integrated network with contract research organizations and clinical sites, so we can help you set up your clinical trial, develop assays for you, and so on. We've got experience with international regulators, and we know how to access deep experience. We've got a TGA license, that's the Australian regulator for the manufacture of T-cell therapies for clinical trials. Yeah, we help you develop your regulatory applications. So a little bit more detail. We do all sorts of cell therapies. So apart from the autologous and allogeneic T-cell therapies, we have experience with NK, iPSC, MSC, and so on. We store and provide our supply chain expertise for global distribution. We've got the complete suite of quality control tests available on and off site. We've got an integrated quality management system to support the GMP manufacture of clinical trials. Again, based on our long-standing license and successful audit outcomes, including European QP audit and client audits. So at this moment, the GMP manufacture of T cells is licensed all through the clinical trials. Other cell therapies are possible for phase 1 clinical trials, and we're looking currently at upgrades. We will provide to phase 1 and phase 2 trials in Australia, US, and Hong Kong, and phase 2 in Canada. The facility has 13 ISO Class 7 clean rooms and 2 ISO Class 8 clean rooms. It's got a PC3 containment suite, independent dedicated air handling units, so that gives you a lot of flexibility for a variety of applications, and dedicated controlled storage for raw materials and finished products. Here you see basically the layout of this. So this is inside the institute, which also gives you access to some interesting technologies, for example, selection for greater T-cell fitness. Merger of the CGMP process development, manufacturing, and scientific services. Here's our pipeline. A number of cell therapies in development, some of them in the clinic, few of them partnered, others supported by the Australian National Granting Agency. Again, I briefly mentioned our success with this ATA188 product, Atara's multiple sclerosis product, which is licensed to them. For the first time, this is phase 1 results showing actually a possible reversal of disease progressions for the patients that you see listed at the top of the slide. So that's quite transformational, and we cross our fingers that all of that is confirmed in the pivotal trial. We're also looking at expanding in a nearby brownfield facility. So that is a plan that we're actually trying to pursue and set up with investors and partners at this moment. So thank you very much for your attention. If what I've told you is appealing to you, please write me an email. Looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for your presentation. That was very excellent. I enjoyed that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the following session will be from the state of South Australia and will include 3 companies. All 3 companies will present through their pre-recorded videos. So I would like to introduce the first company, Dr. Mohamed Tani Tabin from the Health and Medical Industries Department of Trade and Investment, South Australian Government will speak. So please turn your attention to the screen.
Yes, it is. Yeah. And what time is my presentation? Your medtech, biotech, clinical trials, manufacturing, and R&D needs. In South Australia, we have a world-leading health and life sciences innovation ecosystem. So we have a world-class, highly connected health and life sciences precinct where we do a lot of high-quality R&D, which is connected to the developed clinical trial ecosystem. We have the world's fastest pathway to FDA approval, and which is supported by GMP biomanufacturing and Industry 4.0. We have the largest concentration of clinical trial in the Southern Hemisphere, including biomedical and medtech. And what we have in South Australia is also Australia's best longitudinal clinical data set. With this clinical data set, we are able to use AI and data-driven analytics for health innovation. We have the MIT Big Data Living Lab, which is the world's #1 data analytics capability, located here, as well as the Australian Institute of Machine Learning, which is number 2 in the world. Adelaide, what you see here is a picture of Adelaide CBD. We have a world-class, highly connected health and life sciences precinct. Adelaide is a beautiful place to live and work. Adelaide is the most livable city in Australia and the third most livable city in the world. It is big enough to be complex, while small enough to be accessible. We have only 1.2 million people in the city-state. It is centralized and has an advanced economy. The photo shows Adelaide's Biomed City, including the area where the Adelaide Biomed City has been built over the last 5 years and still growing. At the Adelaide Biomed City, we have the largest concentration of clinical research in the Southern Hemisphere, including biomedical as well as medtech. South Australia is also the leading state for aged care and healthy aging R&D in Australia. South Australia is the home to Global Centre for Modern Aging, Aged Care Centre for Growth and Translational Research, as well as the Centre for Excellence in Frailty and Healthy Aging. As mentioned before, we have a highly developed clinical trial ecosystem, which has the world's fastest pathway to FDA approval. We combine speed with quality, as well as lower cost, and with most experienced companies providing clinical trial services. The combination of these qualities actually give us major Australian advantage, where time, streamlined ethics, and regulatory framework actually shortens the time, and where a study can start within 5 to 6 weeks from the contact of a sponsor. In terms of GMP biomanufacturing and Industry 4.0, the South Australian ecosystem brings together Australia's leading capabilities for FDA-accredited GMP manufacturing with AI-driven Industry 4.0 research and innovation. With Main Pharma and Biosina, South Australia is the only state with 2 FDA-accredited companies for GMP manufacturing from R&D to commercial scale. The Line Zero factory of the future connects industry with enabling technologies and research capabilities to transform manufacturing through advanced robotics and customized technology. These capabilities are supported by the Australian Institute for Machine Learning. The Australian Centre for Augmented Reasoning, attached to AMO, is leading the next generation of the research and development of new AI-driven augmented systems. This research focus including factories where people and machines work together seamlessly without the need for constant reprogramming of software. As mentioned previously, in terms of AI applications in health, South Australia is leading the nation. Adelaide is Australia's home for AI and data analytics-driven innovation and is leading the nation in AI in healthcare. The Australian Institute of Machine Learning, ranked second globally for computer vision, is Australia's largest AI capability. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, Big Data Living Lab links South Australia through to MIT's world-leading data analytics capabilities. Together, they are the foundation of the state's knowledge ecosystem, generating new knowledge and technologies. The Australian Research Centre for Immersive and Virtual Environments, IVE, completed more augmented reality research than any other institution or university globally and adds world-leading capabilities in research visualization and human-centered design for our innovation ecosystem. What we also have in South Australia is Australia's best longitudinal dataset, clinical dataset. South Australia has the best system because our health system is unique due to its size, its connected single health system, and stable population. South Australia has a single electronic medical record and a statewide single patient identifier that helps the state use health data more effectively. Clinical data is refreshed every 40 to 60 seconds, allowing clinicians to access real-time data, which opens opportunities for AI and machine learning. South Australia's enterprise-wide approach allows the development of a longitudinal view of a single patient across the health system, which improves the ability to provide personalized care and precision medicine. The Australian Institute of Machine Learning has established clinical research-focused partnerships with both state-funded and commercial organizations. AMO is Australia's only member of the Global Alliance of AI Centers in Medicine. The alliance includes Stanford University, Harvard University, Mayo Clinic, Cleveland Clinic, Duke University, NYU Langone, Children's Hospital Orange County, and University of Bern. Global pharma and biotech companies are also partners. Roche, GSK, Siemens, MIT Big Data Living Lab, Amazon Web Services, and LBT Innovations. AMO's local clinical research partners include SA Health, South Australian Health and Medical Research Institute, SAMRI, the Royal Adelaide Hospital, Women's and Children Hospital, SA Pathology, SA Pharmacy, SA Medical Imaging, and Breast Screen SA. AMO's clinical areas of focus includes clinical trials and drug development, proteomics, lipidomics, metabolomics, genomics, and immunotherapy. These are some of the global companies which have set up in Adelaide. Some of the world's most innovative and forward-thinking organizations such as Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud, Microsoft Azure, Nokia, Accenture, Deloitte, PwC, MTX Group, and Telstra Health have established operations in South Australia focused on delivering AI innovation. By partnering with AMO and MIT Big Digital Living Lab, these organizations will leverage innovations developed in Adelaide to deliver their competitive advantage and further their global ambitions. With these companies, more than 5,000 jobs have been created in Adelaide in the past 12 months. Feel free to contact me or my director, Mark Wheeler, should you like to discuss collaborations in medical devices, biotech, or AI in health collaborations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, and next is the video from CMAX. Chief BDM Joe Harrison will be presenting. Please look at the video.
Hi there, this is Zoe Harrison and I'm speaking to you from CMAX Clinical Research. Unfortunately, I can't be there in person at BioCareer this year, but I'm delighted to introduce you to CMAX, where I'm proud to say I've worked for the last 12 years. I'm the Chief Business Development Officer at CMAX. CMAX is an early phase clinical research facility located in Adelaide, South Australia, Australia's most livable city. It's a city of just over 1.3 million people, and it has a diverse but stable population which supports trial recruitment. The unit is located within Adelaide Biomed City, a life sciences cluster containing many key opinion leaders and specialist services to support our trials. This newly built precinct includes the flagship Royal Adelaide Hospital, one of the most advanced public hospitals in the world. So our key strength is our early phase experience. With over 28 years of operations, CMAX was the first established early phase unit in Australia and also the first to conduct a first time in human healthy volunteer study. Our medical director, Professor Saper Shakib, heads up our principal investigator team, and he's been an investigator with us for over 20 years. He's developed a particularly strong group of clinical pharmacologists, as well as specialists in many indications such as dermatology, anaesthetics, and allergy. So what sort of studies do we complete at CMAX? Well, as I mentioned earlier, much of our work is in the first in human space, typically single and multiple ascending dose studies, as well as trials requiring intensive PK or PD collections. For example, drug-drug interaction studies, food effect and bioavailability studies. But we also routinely execute vaccine studies across all phases, cardiac safety protocols, early phase patient studies and biosimilar studies, as well as proof of concept and device studies. So we don't necessarily have a specialist therapeutic area. We consider ourselves specialists in early phase trials across most therapeutic areas. And likewise, we've trialled most molecule types, small and large, gene therapies, and most routes of administration. We also have a newer business arm, Fusion Clinical Research, for later phase trials. In this business, we have staff embedded at community medical clinics where the trial activity takes place. So who are we working with? Well, we work with sponsors from all around the world, from small virtual biotech companies to large pharma giants. With over 90% of our work being conducted for international sponsors, we're really a globally oriented company. Over the last 12 months, though, we have seen the most rapid growth from Korean biotech companies, which is really very exciting for us. Our facility is newly built and is currently undergoing an expansion from 66 to 78 beds. And we operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We can conduct long studies or short studies as you need. Our new expansion will include low acoustic rooms to support EEG monitoring and other special procedures. Plus, we will have some more negative air pressure isolation rooms, ideal for nebulized drug administration. Our dedicated recruitment department manages a database of around 40,000 volunteers, which supports full enrolment of our clinical trials. We are ideally located in the central business district, providing easy access for our volunteers. Australian clinical trials are known for their quality. We have robust quality management systems, and the data we generate can support international regulatory submissions. In Australia, you do not need to have an open IND to commence a clinical trial. This means sponsors can achieve quick first-in-human data, which allows earlier go, no-go decisions and can support future fundraising activities for biotech companies. In Australia, IRBs or ethics committees provide both scientific and ethical review and have authority to approve the study to start. And after ethics approval, the TGA, Australia's regulatory agency, is simply notified that the study is about to commence under the CTN scheme. Finally, Australia has a very attractive research and development tax incentive scheme, which makes trials cost competitive. And CMAX's international sponsors routinely take advantage of this scheme. So thank you for listening to this very brief introduction to CMAX. I only wish I could be there to meet you in person. We believe there's many benefits to working with CMAX. We pride ourselves on honesty, transparency, and really do consider ourselves a part of our sponsors' clinical development teams. Please do stay in touch with us and reach out with any questions, even very high-level questions. And we'd love to stay in touch via LinkedIn. Thank you so much to BioCorea and also to Austrade for allowing me to speak to you today. Take care.
Thank you very much. So the last video of the state of South Australia will be from Michael Burfield from Bentley's R&D. Please enjoy the presentation.
Hi everyone, my name is Mike Burfield and I'm the Managing Director of Bentley's R&D Incentives, and we are experts in setting up and managing your Australian presence to enable you to claim the R&D rebate. So by way of overview, as we all know, Australia is one of the most attractive destinations in the world to conduct clinical development work, and this is in terms of cost, capability and overall regulatory efficiency. Further, refunds from the R&D incentive are available to non-Australian owned and controlled entities, and this can provide a cash refund of up to 43.5% of your Australian R&D expenditure. This very short presentation will introduce you to this opportunity and provide a quick overview of the R&D incentive and general eligibility, implementation and key steps, our overall capability, and some additional considerations that you need to think about. So about the R&D incentive. The R&D incentive is a rules-based self-assessment tax program where eligible companies incur eligible expenditure on eligible R&D activities. To be an eligible entity, you must be an Australian company. But importantly, it is not required that that Australian company is Australian owned or controlled, and also that intellectual property resulting from the R&D activities in Australia does not need to be owned by the Australian company. Importantly, and most recently, as a result of a determination by the Australian Tax Office, phase 0, 1, 2 and 3 clinical trials for an unapproved therapeutic good with a clinical trial notification will be eligible will be an eligible R&D activity, and this provides substantial applicant certainty. Overall, the rebate results from cashing out tax losses rather than carrying them forward. Very importantly, the R&D rebate is only available to companies with a group turnover of less than 20 million Australian dollars. So some key considerations to think about. Firstly, group turnover must be less than Australian 20 million or about 18 billion Korean won. Only entities with a group turnover of less than $20 million are eligible for the R&D rebate. And group turnover includes entities that either have 40% or more control of you or you of them. If their turnover is greater than 20 million, then your Australian entity will not be eligible for the R&D rebate. And this is a really important thing to think about. Also, expenditure incurred prior to the date of incorporation of an Australian entity will not be eligible for the R&D incentive. As said previously, IP generated by the Australian R&D activities does not need to be held by the Australian entity, but we need to consider the transfer pricing rules as part of that. You will need to open an Australian bank account, and this can take up to 2 to 3 months. But in that interim period, invoices can be paid on behalf of the Australian entity. Finally, some R&D activities undertaken outside Australia can be claimed under the Australian incentive, but there are a number of tests and we need to consider a special ruling called an advanced overseas finding. So about Bentley's. For the last 11 years, we've been assisting foreign companies establish and manage a presence in Australia. We have a track record of compliance and supported over $100 million in foreign subsidiary biotech investments without incidents. For us, we provide a low-cost, cash flow optimized one-stop shop of services that include the company setup, resident director, intercompany agreements, R&D incentive claims, and full tax and accounting services under one roof. We also provide finance arrangements as well, both debt and equity through our network. We were a fortunate recipient of a 2021 Australian Government Export Award for our role in supporting the clinical trial sector. We are part of Bentley's Australia, a trusted international network of accounting and advisory firms with over 700 staff and 70 partners across Australia, New Zealand, and China. We're a member of Allineal Global, the third largest international association of accounting and consulting firms in the world. Thank you for your time. We would value any questions and answer as many questions as you like at no cost or obligation to help you make an informed go, no-go decision in terms of establishing a presence in Australia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we've been meeting many companies of Australia in a relatively short time. Next, there will be a sixth presentation from the state of New South Wales. George Clinic's CEO, James Chung, will be the first speaker, and he is with us through online. So, CEO James Chung, hello.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right, thanks very much. So firstly, good afternoon to all the colleagues in Korea and online. I'm James Cheong, CEO of George Clinical, and it's my pleasure to present to you in the next few minutes about the general capability of our company, as well as how we can support you in your clinical development needs in Australia and across the globe. We are a full-service CRO with our headquarters in Sydney. We have been established for more than 20 years, and during this time, we have expanded beyond Australia, and now we have our own offices in Asia Pacific, the US, and Europe. And during this 20-odd years of delivering high-quality clinical trials, we have experience across most of the therapeutic area, but we have especially strong expertise in renal and metabolic, oncology, cardiovascular, and chronic diseases. And what we bring is a unique combination of science and operational excellence. George Clinical is part of the George Institute for Global Health, a renowned medical research institution to improve the health of millions of people worldwide. So with our affiliation with the George Institute for Global Health, we bring the science that one finds in academic research organizations, ARO, but we have also then the ability to run trials globally on par with any of the top global CROs. And our unique combination of science and operational capability has benefited many of our biotech clients who appreciate the key opinion leaders, the scientific leaders on panel in the design of protocols and in referring sites, and also to engage them, the investigators on a peer-to-peer level to drive recruitment. We are also accredited with the OGTR, which means that we can then manage the GMO trials for you in Australia. And we are pleased to share in this slide some of the awards and accolades that we have received in 2021, some for Asia Pacific and some really at the global level. So it shows that we are well regarded by our peers in the industry as a global CRO, and we are not actually experienced just in early phase trials, but also across all the phases and in all regions. In this map, you can see where our offices are located in. Our headquarters is in Sydney, as mentioned earlier, and we have our own offices across most of the countries in Asia Pacific where trials are being conducted in, and we've expanded over the years to Europe and to the US too. And here you can see the scope of service that we can provide to our clients, from designing the protocol, from advising on the clinical development plan to making the submissions, regulatory approvals, to trial management, project management, data management, statistics, and medical report writing. We cover them from the beginning to the end across all phases. And here I would like to share with you our experience in terms of the number of studies by therapeutic area. And you can see really we have done most of our experiences, the largest experience rather is in oncology, followed by nephrology and cardiovascular diseases. And within our vast oncology experience, here is the breakdown by the indications. And here you can see the experience of our team members, right? So really 3/4 of them would have experience in cardiovascular, endocrinology, and oncology. So I'm sure we have heard of the advantage of conducting clinical trials in Australia due to the fast startup process, the high quality of the data, and the strong government support, including the R&D and tax incentives. And we are our headquarters is in Australia. We are certainly very well set up and well equipped to support you on your early phase trials in Australia. And we look forward to engaging you to discuss how to bring your trials to Australia. And beyond Australia, for future trials in Asia or Europe or the US, we look forward to continuing that collaboration as the product progresses to the various phases of its clinical development. And I'm not able to be at the conference in person, but I've left my contact details now. But two of my colleagues are there in the conference. There's Elizabeth Yunako, our BD director based in Australia, as well as Mi-soon Seo, our country manager for South Korea. So do reach out to us via phone, via email, or through our website, or in person with Elizabeth and Mi-soon during this conference. We look forward to discussing with you to see how we can support you with your clinical trials and clinical development needs across the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time over the internet. Okay, so I would like to introduce next speaker, CEO Carolis Lochkas from Regeneus will be the next speaker. So let's welcome him onto the stage.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Carolis Lochkas from Regeneus. So you heard a lot of presentations from service providers. Regeneus is a therapeutic developer, so I hope it's going to be a nice change of pace in this presentation flow. So Regeneus is a clinical stage regenerative medicine company. We are listed on the Australian Securities Exchange. We have a proprietary technology which combines mesenchymal stem cells and their bioactive secretome. We have been developing this technology since 2013, invested over $25 million in this technology, which is now protected by over 80 patents in key geographies. Progenza, lead indication for Progenza is knee osteoarthritis, where we have highly differentiated data based on the phase 1 clinical trial we ran in Australia, which I'll present later in the presentation. And based on the successful phase 1 results, now we are planning a phase 2 clinical trials in Japan and the United States. So as a clinical stage company, we would like to find local partners in individual geographies to continue developing this asset. And my purpose here today is to establish connections with local Korean partners to commercialize Progenza for the Korean market. So knee osteoarthritis is a highly prevalent and debilitating disease, primarily driven by aging population and increasing levels of obesity. So this is a progressively degenerative disease which results in pain, stiffness, and loss of mobility. On average, 1 in 7 adults suffer from knee osteoarthritis, and at this stage, there are no real disease-modifying therapeutics for this indication. As you can see, depending on the level of pain, there are certain treatments available to knee osteoarthritis patients. So at the lower levels of pain, you can be prescribed physical therapy, advised to lose weight. Then at the increasing levels of pain, you can be prescribed analgesics such as paracetamol. At the more advanced pain levels, corticosteroids, hyaluronic acid injections are available. And once the pain becomes unbearable, knee replacement surgery is advised to osteoarthritis patients. So Progenza cell therapy for knee osteoarthritis fits into the mild to severe levels of pain patient population. Our technology, basically the unique element of our technology is that we take both mesenchymal stem cells and the bioactive secretome and combine it in a single product. There are multiple benefits to that. One is that both stem cells and the secretome has independent immunomodulatory effect in the knee environment, but also secretome acts as a potent cryopreservant for our cells in clinical applications. So this combination of MSC and bioactive secretome exerts a more powerful therapeutic effect than just MSCs would. So this is an allogeneic product. So we take a single donor and we can manufacture a large number of doses. Our source of MSCs is adipose. So adipose has high quantities of MSCs. So it is highly scalable manufacturing process. Generally, MSCs are immune privileged cells, so which escape the immune system. So the safety profile of Progenza is very strong. And based on the phase 1 data, we have a strong conviction that it can be the first-in-class disease-modifying therapeutic for knee osteoarthritis patients. So a bit about our phase 1 results, which based on the study which we ran in Australia. So it met primary endpoints of safety and tolerability, but in addition, it met secondary endpoints demonstrating efficacy. So firstly, we were able to demonstrate a significant and durable pain relief relative to placebo out to 12 months. So most of the current therapeutics available in the market, they provide only very short-term pain relief up to 3 months. And cell therapies have a potential to demonstrate a longer lasting pain reduction. In addition to pain reduction, we also measured cartilage volume quantitatively for our patients in the phase 1 trial, and we were able to demonstrate that our therapy can potentially stop cartilage degeneration. So average knee osteoarthritis patient experiences around 5% cartilage loss a year. And so cell therapies such as Progenza has a potential to halt that cartilage degeneration, which basically changes the disease progression and can become a first-in-class disease-modifying therapeutic. Thirdly, we saw a very high responder rate for our therapy. So we measured our pain reduction response of more than 30% pain reduction, and we saw the response rate of 88%. And if you can compare that to, for example, hyaluronic acids injections, which offer around 74% responder rate, but at the lower threshold of over 20% pain reduction. So we have an established and highly optimized manufacturing process where we can manufacture over 100 million doses from a single donor, so which leads to a highly homogeneous product and with a potential of relatively low cost of goods. So in terms of defining Progenza's market opportunity, so we are targeting moderate to severe knee osteoarthritis patients, initially who failed the course of hyaluronic acid or corticosteroid injections, and the patients who are seeking a deferral in knee replacement surgery. So worth noting that most of the osteoarthritis patients are relatively old individuals, who 60, 70 years old. So for them, knee replacement is a highly invasive surgery, so any new therapies which would enable delay of knee replacement would be highly accepted in the market. So given that it's a highly prevalent indication, there is a large also commercial opportunity for that. So there are over 2 million treatments, OA treatments just in Korea. So the addressable market is really large, and that's why we would like to find a local partner to work on developing this asset further for commercialization in Korean market. So in terms of considerations for a strategic partner in Korea, so we were looking for a standard out licensing model with upfront milestone fees and then royalties. So we would grant a license for knee osteoarthritis indication in the Korean market and work together to run a pivotal phase 2 trial and commercialize the product after the approval. So I'm here today and tomorrow. Here you can find my contact details. So in case any one of you would be interested to discuss this opportunity for the Korean market, I'm available to speak. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, CEO, for that excellent presentation. Very detailed information. Thank you very much. And moving on to the next, also from the state of New South Wales, and Jeremy Dobrowski, the CEO of Inventia Life Science, is now joining us through online. So hello, CEO.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, hear you.
Yes. Just one small thing. I'm the sales operations manager at Inventia. In charge of all the sales and operational activities at Inventia. Our company is founded in Australia, headquartered in Sydney, and we've got a global reach across the world, primarily in the APAC market, as well as in the US and in Europe. So just a little bit about Inventia. We are a 3D bioprinting and 3D cell culture company. So we're really interested in helping researchers, particularly cell biologists, transition from working in a traditional 2D setting into a much more representative and physiologically relevant environment, such as 3D cell cultures. And as such, we're working on new technologies and enabling tools for many of our customers to work in 3D in a very reproducible way, to make these models more akin to what happens in the body, and ultimately allows you to progress your drug discovery projects further with less blockers and sort of more reproducible and relevant results. So we have a flagship product called our Rastrum 3D cell culture platform. And ultimately what Rastrum is an instrument, but it's also composed of many other aspects, which are the structures of the 3D cell models that it can print or produce in order to address certain applications. So our team pre-validates these structures and models to enable researchers to work in areas such as monocultures and co-cultures, immuno-oncology models, migration invasion assays, all those different aspects that would be relevant to mimicking certain drugs, drug processes, disease modalities that the human body is subject to. Secondly, we've also got a pre-validated matrix system that we've specifically developed from the ground up for our Rastrum platform. And because our Rastrum platform is not your typical bioprinter, it's actually based on drop-on-demand 3D bioprinting technology. The matrix is really important to be optimized for our system. So we have a library of over 100 different matrices, ranging in different characteristics, both stiffness and biofunctionality, to enable our customers, who are the biological researchers, to work in a matrix system that's very similar to the native ECM of the human body. And subsequently, researchers can combine these elements and print into standard wall plate formats from all your standard suppliers, and subsequently mix and match different experiments to achieve the research goals that they're typically aiming to achieve. So a little bit more context about our matrix system. It's a PEG, so polyethylene glycol backbone matrix. And by tuning in different stiffnesses, so by varying the arm length of the polyethylene glycol, we can achieve different stiffnesses which are suitable for different cells from different tissues in the human body. We can also tune in various levels of biofunctionality, which means that we can add hyaluronic acid, fibronectin, different laminins, as well as cell adhesion peptides, which enable you to optimize your cell environment to be much more suitable for the particular cell types you're working with, and really achieve that native phenotype that you're looking for. So you can focus on the biological research that you set out to achieve. The cells can also remodel the matrix over time. There's MMP sensitivity, but most importantly, there's no batch-to-batch variation. As with other systems like Matrigel or other naturally derived hydrogel systems or 3D matrix systems, there isn't the same batch-to-batch variability that you would see with those. So our system is very, very reproducible and consistent. And just to give you an idea about all the different cell types that our team typically works with and our customers work with, all the circles that you can see highlighted in pink are areas where we've got a very good foundation in working with different cell types within these tissues. And some of the really stunning images that you can see on the right-hand side are images of cells that we have cultured in our printed models in our matrix system. And the benefits of our matrix system are also that it gelates at room temperature instantly, and it also has no background autofluorescence. That's why you get these beautiful images, and it's visibly transparent in the bright field, so you don't get any background signal there either. So you can really visualize your cells to the highest quality. All the circles that you can see in the white are ones that we've also worked with quite significantly, but in this case, we're continually developing matrices for these, or also looking for partners that are working in these areas to help us in sort of validating certain matrices for particular cell types within those tissues. And what's important to note is that we don't just work in cell lines. We work with primary cell types and patient-derived cell types. So any researcher that's interested in working in an in vitro setting would be able to accommodate a platform such as Rastrum. And it's across the board. So some of our customers are taking patient biopsies and using those cells from those patient biopsies to create very reproducible models for their drug discovery workflow. And just a little bit about the technology. As I mentioned, it's a drop-on-demand technology. This was meant to be a video, but unfortunately in the PowerPoint, in the PDF, it doesn't show up. But the print head in Rastrum has 8 independently addressable nozzles, which means that you can print many cell components and matrix components at the same time. It prints very rapidly. It's very similar to an inkjet printer that you would have at home. So as the print head moves across the plate, it prints up to 300 droplets per second. Each droplet is around 15 nanoliters in volume, and the print time is below 30 minutes as a standard benchmark for all our models that we print. And it's compatible with your standard well plate formats. So all the way from 24 to 384 well plates is compatible from all the major suppliers, which means that you don't have to change that aspect. You can just use the platform with your typical workflow. And that's further illustrated by the fact that once you print your 3D cell models with Rastrum, you add whatever media component you would normally add with a standard in vitro workflow that you use. And you can do both in situ analysis techniques, just as you would normally, as well as downstream analysis. So you can extract the cells from the matrix with a very high cell viability, and then you can do RNA or DNA-seq, proteomics or flow cytometry. But in the in situ analysis techniques, you can do all the standard stuff. So your imaging-based assays, you can do biochemical assays, cell titer glow, Alamo blue, etc. for cell viability, and a whole suite of others that you would normally do with your 2D cell culture or existing 3D systems. And then my last slide is just about Rastrum. You haven't seen the picture yet, but this is it. This is a pink and chrome box. We've put a lot of effort into the design of our 3D bioprinter. It's won many awards for its good design, and it's beat the likes of Tesla in some of those when it came up against Tesla in the Fast Company Award, but also in the Good Design Award. It's got an integrated laminar flow system, so it keeps a very sterile environment inside. You put it on the benchtop, not in the biosafety cabinet. It cleans and automates the sterilization process by itself. It's got a very simple software to use, so you don't have to have any experience in 3D bioprinting. You can just use it just as a standard cell biologist and adapt to the system and allow it to speed up your research. And most importantly also, it has a plug-and-play cartridge, So you insert the cartridge, you print the well plate that you plan to print with the 3D cell models, and then subsequently take it out, throw it in the bin, and it's ready for the next person. So if you would like to learn more about Inventia, it would be a pleasure to speak to you. Please contact us, visit our website, inventia.life, and thank you very much to BioKorea for inviting us to do this presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And also, we hope to see you in person next year in Seoul. Excellent. Okay, then we have 3 more companies left from Australia. And the next presentation is Southern Star Research's Corporate Development Director, Chris Stellatos. So he's here with us. I would like to invite him onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming him with a round of applause. Wonderful. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Look, it's a pleasure to be here. Last year we did this virtually, so it's good to finally meet you in person. I won't spend too much time on this. Everyone, I think, knows the benefits for Australia, which is cost, speed and quality. So I'll only spend a couple minutes talking about what makes us a little bit different from all the other organisations. So Southern Star Research, we're a full-service CRO, and we have all of these capabilities in-house with our own direct employees. We work specifically with the biotech community, and we are an early-phase biotech specialist CRO. We take the time to understand our sponsors' needs, and we create a bespoke solution specifically for them. It's really about being an extension of their team, and we can really guide all of our sponsors into the Australian ecosystem. You can see these are the regions and markets in which we cover, which is Australia, New Zealand, parts of Southeast Asia, Europe and North America. And we can obviously also expand into other regions and jurisdictions where our sponsors may not necessarily have a presence. This is our broad therapeutic experience. You can see we very much focus on phase 1, phase 2. Our friends with some of the other CROs who will be joining shortly will have a very similar slide, no doubt. But again, biotech early phase is where we specialise. I've spoken a little bit about this already. I won't spend too much time on it. Again, it's about speed and agility when you're working with the biotech community. We know that we need to be flexible and adaptable. And again, ultimately, the Australian ecosystem really does present some high quality data that is suitable for EMA and FDA applications. So there's absolutely no need to repeat studies in other jurisdictions. We don't like surprises. We don't have a change order model. And it's about helping sponsors really design the right study that's actually going to be key for their overall program. Now, the promise that we make is that we take ownership over the projects. We're reliable and we're experienced. It's about having a customer-first culture, getting the right result, and getting things done as quickly as possible, but remaining responsive, pragmatic, and efficiently and successfully developing the projects. So, thank you very much for your time. I know we've got a couple other people presenting, and thank you for the opportunity to present.
Yes, that's quite a short presentation, but that was very interesting to know. And thank you very much for your nice introduction. And next will be the presentation from Barry Murphy, the Chief Commercial Officer of the Novotech. So please come forward to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him.
Okay, 안녕하세요. So who's still with us on a bit more on Australia? I'll be as quick as I can. I know we're running a bit over time and our friends from Turkey are here ready to go. So Novotech are a Asia-Pac centered, globally capable biotech specialist CRO. If that's all you remember, that will be enough. So this is our coverage. Our model has always been about having full-time on-the-ground staff in every country in which we operate. Every country we went into in Asia, having started in Australia, we went in with a very experienced country leader and then built out experienced clinical operations and regulatory teams around them with a big emphasis on site and PI and KOL relationships. That's been key to our success in Asia. And then most recently, last week in fact, we extended into the US with an acquisition of a small US boutique CRO, giving us the global coverage you see here now today. So we've got over 2,500 full-time staff across 14 geographies. Our services is full service. Like you'll have heard from a lot of the other CROs, we cover the full gamut of services, right from protocol development through medical services, stats, data management, etc. I think one thing that does set us apart is the expert consultancy services that we call Biodesk. So a lot of our Korean clients have availed of this service. It's a in-house regulatory consulting group that do a lot of work with gap analysis, clinical development planning, IND, pre-IND submissions. So that's something that we've worked quite a lot with our Korean clients on as they look to enter the Australian market. The other things that I guess outside of the traditional services that I just wanted to highlight and where we're probably quite excited about is really our exploration and some of the partnership and investments we started to make in some of these advanced technologies for accelerating clinical development. So they are virtual trials where we've made an investment and we're partnering with Obvio for virtual decentralized trials in Asia Pacific. We're doing quite a bit in the hybrid space, first of all, and trying to find opportunities to make studies more patient-centric. We're using Prospection for feasibility and patient recruitment, which is an AI platform, and we've partnered with SAMA for advanced clinical data analytics and visualization. So we do want to see ourselves at the forefront of the next wave of evolution within the clinical trial space as we try and accelerate clinical development globally as much as we can. In terms of our therapeutic experience, so oncology, CNS, infectious disease are our three biggest, but we do have experience kind of right across various therapeutic areas. I think the other thing just to note is we work with over 50% of, or nearly 50% of our sponsors are Asian sponsors. That's mainly Korea and China. So we do have an understanding of what it's like to work with Korean sponsors. Very fast paced for sure. And we also have a very strong Korean team with over 350 people here locally that can provide that additional support in terms of relationship management and engaging locally. I'm sure you've heard plenty about Australia, so I'll skip the speed, cost, and efficiency and quality of working in Australia. I do hope that that message has resonated. I'm sure everyone knows plenty about the R&D rebate at this stage, but do come and talk to the various Australian companies about those to get more details. And I'll finish with this. So we're our service provider, so a big part of what we do is our people. So we do put a lot of focus on company culture. Novatech is a great place to work, and because of that, we think, a great company to work with. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Okay, last but not least, from Australia, Lisa Nelson, the CEO of Scientia Clinical Research, will commence with the presentation. So please come forward to the stage. So our last presenter, please welcome her.
The last one, I promise to be quick because I know we're, running a little late. So I'm the CEO, Lisa Nelson of Scientia Clinical Research, Phase 1 unit, in Sydney. Too small. So I will quickly run through this. We're a state-of-the-art Phase 1 centre in Sydney, Australia, and you've heard from other Phase 1 units. Australia is a wonderful place to do your early phase clinical trials, and we'd be delighted if you come to Sydney and work with us. So I won't go through all of this because we're actually out of time. Like everyone, the majority of our trials, we do around 35 to 40 trials a year, the majority of which are first in man. We're very experienced in that, and we also do the other studies that we have down there. Just to show you some pretty pictures, we have a lovely unit, we have 30 beds, and we can do all the monitoring that you require. Here's some great things. One of the things that we have in Sydney is we have a view of the water from the Phase 1 unit, so our volunteers and patients are very happy. I'm going to skip through to there's one thing that does separate us. We have an on-site grade C manufacturing suite where we do just-in-time manufacturing for a lot of our sponsors, and this is a real advantage. So I'll go really just to this one slide that summarises us because we're out of time. We are an FDA audited facility. We accept, GLP, CGMP data from Korea, China, US, Europe. We conduct over 35 clinical trials a year. As everyone has talked to you today, we have rapid ethics approval and a regulatory notification scheme. We operate within the Prince of Wales Hospital in Sydney. And as we said, we're looking to undertake work with Korean companies, which is fantastic. So I thank you all for putting up with this very long day anyway. And if anyone has any questions, I'd be delighted to answer them. And apologies, I've raced through it, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CEO Risa Nelson, for that excellent presentation. So this is the end of the Australia session. And looking forward to the next Turkey session. We'll be starting at 3:10. So please wait a moment. I'll see you soon at 3:10. Thank you.
Every single day, for the good of millions all over the world, we rise and get to work so we can help bring you better tests.
Don't worry, you got this.
More effective treatments and vaccines, and life-changing breakthroughs. And we never stop in pursuit of answers. Every single day, for the good of millions all over the world, we rise and get to work so we can help bring you better tests.
Don't worry, you got this.
More effective treatments and vaccines, and life-changing breakthroughs. And we never stop in pursuit of answers. every single day for the good of millions all over the world. We rise and get to work so we can help bring you better tests,
Don't worry, you got this.
more effective treatments and vaccines, and life-changing breakthroughs. And we never stop in pursuit of answers.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. So the last session of BioLife's Day 2 will be from the Turkey Investment Office, which we've been all waiting for. And this is the last session for today. To start off, the country advisor of the Investment Office of the Presidency of the Republic of Turkey, Mr. Taha Saran, will present. And also, he will be moderating this whole session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him onto the stage.
Thank you for that introduction. Is my voice clear? Okay. So welcome again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Taha Saran. I'm the country advisor for the investment office of the Presidency of Turkey. As the office, we promote Turkey's investment environment to international business community. And as part of our mission, we try to make connections and bring together countries, companies and investors from Turkey and other countries. And biotechnology and biopharmaceuticals in general is one of the target sector for us. So that's why this year in BioKorea, we sponsored together with IEIS, the Pharmaceuticals Manufacturers Association of Turkey, our Turkish national pavilion here. So we have some of the top 4 companies, biopharmaceutical companies from Turkey, Abdi Ibrahim, namely Biopharma, Centurion, and Turgut Pharmaceuticals. They are not only the top biotechnology companies in Turkey, but also some of the most respected and well-known companies in general in Turkey. So if you haven't met them yet, I would highly encourage you to meet them after the session or later at our booth. So our pavilion is right there with all the other national pavilions in the exhibition area. So today we'll be talking about the latest trends and current state of the Turkish biopharmaceuticals industry. And also companies will be giving their presentations one by one. If you have any questions, please keep them until the end of the session, and then we'll be receiving questions from the floor. So without further ado, I would like to invite to the stage our first speaker, Ms. Ferda Fındık Yakar, the Industrial Affairs Group Manager of the IEIS. Ms. Yakar, the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Turkey Symposium. Frankly, we are excited to be here in person after 2.5 half years. Last year, we attended BioKorea with an online symposium. This year, we are one of the 4 countries who participating with a national pavilion, and we plan to be here in coming years with a team that keeps growing. As the public and private sectors, we are determined to establish a strong biotechnological pharmaceutical industry in Turkey. Today, we will be presenting to you our steps in this regard. I would like to thank you for your participation and wish the symposium to be fruitful for all of us. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ms. Yakar, for the opening remarks. Now, I would like to call to stage Mr. Tunç Turgut. He is the chairman of Turgut Pharmaceuticals, and also he is at the board of Turkish Biopharmaceuticals and Vaccines Platform.
Participants, experts, we will welcome you to the 17th BioKorea event, Turkish Pavilion session. The session is organized by Turkish Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association and the Presidency of Turkey Investments Office. We feel very privileged to be here, to be part of this very important event. Our main desire to be here is to develop the biotechnological ties between 2 nations. We have, as you know, long historical relationship with Korea. It's very important to us, means a lot to us. Implementation of the new trends from artificial intelligence and new therapies, cell therapies, will change the course of the biotech business throughout the world. We all have to adapt our companies, not only in Turkey, throughout the world again, to adapt these changes in order to be on the competitive edge. In this respect, Turkish pharma companies and my colleagues here from different companies representing Turkey will give you more detailed information about what they do currently and their business courses. Also, as you know, the current pandemic situation made biotechnological pharmaceuticals very important. And this way, I don't want to take your time, but I would like to express our gratitude, part of Turkish Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association, to Mr. Ethem Tokgözlü, is the director of representing Turkish Presidency Investments Office. Mr. Taha Saran, again, the moderator and the organizer, and also Mrs. Ferda Fındık, also representing Turkish Pharmaceutical Manufacturers Association, International Affairs Manager. If you have any questions throughout the course of this session, we'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turgut, for your speech and the kind comments. So next online, my colleague, Mr. Ethem from our Istanbul office. He is the head of our life sciences sector team. So please come to the stage.
Thank you, Taha Bey. I would like to welcome you all. It's a very great pleasure to be here at the 17th of BioKorea 2022. Last year, as Ferda Hanım said, we had a chance to attend this event online. We had a panel with 5 Turkish biopharmaceuticals company, and it was a great honor for us. This is our 2nd year here, and please stop by our national pavilion and discuss about potential that we can develop further between the two countries. And I would like to start my presentation with just a short executive summary. Actually, during this presentation, we will have a chance to see the latest developments in the Turkish biopharmaceuticals industry, and we will see the developments in the favorable investment environment that we would like to highlight, and the robust growth in the sector that also drive investments from the international and domestic players. And we believe that this growth makes it possible to do business between the multinational companies and Turkish domestic companies in order to support the well-being of the people living in the Republic of Turkey and in the region. And actually, in the last part, we will see the we will see some developments and opportunities in the subsectors. We will see more insights in biopharmaceuticals business, and you will also have a chance to see the latest investments in this field in Turkey. I would like to start with a short outlook on the market. Actually, Turkey is now the 18th largest pharmaceutical market in the world. Considering that the emerging markets is the pioneers of the growth in the pharmaceutical market, Turkey would be among the leading countries in the emerging markets, and it is expected to be the 14th largest pharma market in the world, according to IQVIA data. Considering that the total pharmaceutical market will be reaching to 1.6 trillion US dollars by 2026, it is important to have a greater share in this cake, and we believe Turkish market provide so many opportunities for the international companies that would like to enter into the market or create a new footprint in the region. They need to consider Turkey as an alternative location for their investments. Last year, actually, the sales was around 62 billion Turkish liras. And in unit-wise, we can say that 2.4 billion boxes were sold in the market. And it is possible to follow the growth in terms of boxes and also value. Now we are talking about a market of 7 billion US dollars in terms of size. And made in Turkey drugs constitute around 89% of the total market in terms of units, and 52% of the total market in terms of value. One of the main characteristics of the market is that almost all the population are under the coverage. So universal coverage is there for pharmaceutical companies, and this creates also opportunities for pharmaceutical companies. It is also possible to follow the growth in the foreign trade statistics. Last year, the imports for the pharmaceutical products, including raw materials, semi-finished goods, and the finished dosage forms, were around 6.8 billion US dollars. And there was a huge increase due to the pandemic, of course. And around 70% of the imports were from Europe, and only 8% comes from Korea, Japan, India, and Singapore. These four countries represent only 4% of the total imports. When we look at the products imported, we see that vaccines, originator drugs, biodrugs and plasma derivatives are the leading imported drugs, and it is possible to work on the new alternatives for these areas. And since Turkish government is aiming to localize most of the production, and they invite all the domestic and international players to localize their operations, drug operations in Turkey. And actually, Turkey is located in a very strategic position where it is possible to reach to a market of around $300 billion in terms of import size. Actually, when we check the trade statistics, we see that Europe, of course, is one of the leading markets, and Turkey has the customs union agreement with the EU. It is possible to export freely to the market if you have related certifications. And apart from that, we have signed free trade agreements with 28 countries, 28 different countries. This also makes trading is much more convenient for the international companies, pharmaceutical companies as well. And this also makes export grow, especially since 2017. It is possible to see the growth in the exports. Last year it was around $2 billion US dollars, and since 2017 the compound annual growth rate in exports was around 16%. Now the industry is exporting to more than 170 countries, and our companies are always looking to diversify the markets. And now we can say that Korea is the leading destination thanks to an investment, a cooperation of a Korean biotechnology company with a Turkish manufacturer. And now we can say that Korea is the leading destination for Turkey's export markets in pharmaceuticals. And all these have been achieved by these players, actually. Successful multinational and domestic players have achieved a lot. There are more than 80 pharma companies in Turkey. Around 20 of them belongs to multinationals. They are doing manufacturing activities in different types. And more than 12,000 products are on the market. They are registered. And more than 42,000 people have been employed by these companies. There are 39 accredited R&D centers where all the R&D operations are being supported by the supports provided by Ministry of Industry and Technology. R&D is the source of growth for the next years, next decades. We believe in this, and the Turkish government provide numerous support mechanisms for companies doing their R&D activities in their facilities in Turkey. This actually moves us to the growth drivers that make the growth possible for multinational and domestic companies. Turkey is the 11th largest economy in the world in terms of GDP purchasing power parity. And especially in the last 2-3 years, after the pandemic starts, Turkey has shown a great performance in terms of recovery. And it is the leading country among OECD countries. And you can also compare the growth rate in Turkey with other competitors in the region. Turkey is leading the region, and it is possible to say that the growth will continue, and Turkish government is so much dedicated to support this growth. It's a fact that education and training is so important for the industry. And we can say that in terms of the education and the training programs, we have some privilege. Turkey is one of the leading countries in terms of number of university students and graduates. Almost each year we have around 1 million university graduates, and now according to the statistics of 2021, around 200,000 students are studying in the relevant fields of Turkish universities in the relevant departments like medicine, chemistry, biology, biochemistry. And apart from that, pharmacy is of course an important branch, an important department, and around 40,000 students are studying pharmacy in Turkey, according to the latest statistics. And for the secondary level education, the number of graduates increased continually since 2002. And according to the last statistics, in 2020, the graduates from the vocational and technical high schools in Turkey was around 450,000 people. And now when we look at the labor force, we can say that number of university graduates in the labor force has been increased a lot. And now we have 28% of university graduates in our labor market. And incentives are available for the investments in manufacturing and R&D. And pharmaceutical industry is a priority industry, and it is possible to benefit from around 80–90% of benefits, direct benefits, when you invest in a pharmaceutical facility. This also covers biopharmaceutical operations. And in R&D side, we can say that it is possible to benefit from 50–75% of what you spent in R&D activities through the mechanisms developed by Ministry of Industry and Technology. There are R&D incentives, there are Turkish National Scientific Institution supports programs, grant programs that you can apply directly or collaborate with Turkish academia, researchers and research ecosystem. It is also possible to find support through innovation life cycle. This is also important, I think, especially important for startups and startup ecosystem. If you have a startup, it is possible to, even in the idea stage, it's possible to find support from Turkish National Scientific Institution. And when you grow, you will face with different mechanisms supporting you, and it will make you a much more competent and growing company at the end of the stage. And our R&D ecosystem is supporting this. It is possible to see that international IPR protection, which is very important for the pharmaceutical industry, is also growing in Turkey, since it is a candidate country. Especially in the last 2 decades, Turkey has achieved a lot in terms of establishing new mechanisms to support IPR protection. And we can follow the developments and improvements in this field through different indices. And we just used Property Rights Alliance Index to show you the growth since 2007. I think the establishment of specialized courts on IPR and also the new law on the protection of industrial property rights in 2017 were really important steps to increase the enforcement of different mechanisms to support the protection of intellectual property rights. When it comes to the opportunities in Turkish biopharmaceuticals industry, I can say that there are different mechanisms that can be leveraged to grow the business. Price reference system, of course, if it is used as a tool to develop the pharmaceutical ecosystem, it's a very useful tool, And Ministry of Health and Turkish government would like to highlight the importance of this system to develop new mechanisms and the spread of the new infrastructure in healthcare, like city hospital projects, provincial hospital projects made through PPP mechanisms, public-private partnership mechanisms are important. And there was a huge increase in the number of doctors and number of health professionals in across the country. It's possible to follow the growth, and when you actually sum up, you will see that the healthcare expenditure per capita has increased a lot since 2003. Actually, the healthcare transformation program made it possible, but of course there are some challenges like managing the budget, public budget, to finance all these projects. And now we are trying to invite more investors to help us to provide quality services, to cooperate with our successful domestic companies, pharmaceutical companies, and increase the cooperation. In biopharmaceuticals, we can say that there are a few dynamics that drives, actually, it is according to national development plans, it's a priority, it's a strategic sector, and new incentives, new mechanisms are now supporting the initiatives in this area, and through these mechanisms, our companies are investing a lot. We see the share of biopharmaceuticals increasing. It is around 18% of the total prescriptions. It is so close to world average. And around 15% in terms of value is belonging to biosimilars. And last year, actually, we can say that according to the new additions in last year, 259 reference reference biotechnological products are in the market, while 104 biosimilars are registered in the market. And our companies are developing their capabilities, they are investing in, they are now working on new biosimilar projects, and by 2024 it is expected to have more than 40 products on the market launched by Turkish pharmaceutical companies. I just would like to add some data that show you the market structure. In terms of the units sold in the market, biopharmaceuticals, among biopharmaceuticals, biosimilars share is around 35%, and it has been increased a lot since 2010. And when you look at the share of the therapeutic areas in these sales, in terms of value, of course, in order to have a more understandable data, oncology comes first with 36% in total market, and anti-diabetics, blood derivatives, and digestive system drugs are following with 16%, 15%, and 6% respectively. Local production is important. Of course, we prioritize this, and we have several programs supporting the localization. And according to the 2021 statistics, 12 million boxes sold in the market as a biopharmaceutical product were belonging to our domestic companies, local production, and some of the international players are also producing their vehicles through CMO relations, through direct investments. And Celltrion is an example, actually, a Korean company which sells its product, manufactures its product, and exporting its products to more than 90 countries from their operations in Turkey. It can be a good sign of developing the cooperation and interaction between Korean companies, Korean pharmaceutical companies, and Turkish companies. And our investors, our domestic and international investors, have invested more than $1.1 billion into their operations in biopharmaceuticals, and we expect to increase these amounts in the upcoming years. Our R&D ecosystem, which is so important to catch up the new developments and also lead the growth in the region are so improved, especially in the last years. I can say that in terms of universities, accelerators, research programs, support programs, international and national, they are supporting the ecosystem for the companies actually who wish to increase their engagement in terms of R&D. And you can just find some of the examples in this. We have very successful research centers, engineering centers that can help you when you develop your technologies in Turkey. We invite Korean companies to cooperate with Turkish researchers, Turkish academia, and Turkish companies in the next years. And I would like to just talk about a new program, which is HAMLE, Tech-Driven Industry Initiative. This is a very special program designated for priority areas, and Ministry of Industry and Technology selected 128 products and 14 innovative technology fields, one of which is biotechnological drugs, of course. If you would like to invest in these areas, R&D and manufacturing investments are can also apply to these schemes. You can find additional benefits like cash grants, R&D support, direct R&D supports, and but you need to be selected by the program. It can take around 7 to 8 months, 7 to 10 months after the application. And first calls was in the last September, and now we are waiting for the next call. We invite all our Turkish companies and international companies and Korean companies, of course, to come and contact us to have more information regarding HAMLE, Tech-Driven Industry Initiative, which is a quite new and supportive program. I just added some numbers regarding the pharmaceutical industry here. Greater Istanbul region is a hub for pharmaceutical investments. It's possible to find many locations where you can do your manufacturing operations, research operations, etc. In the Greater Istanbul region, but we can say that there are also other hubs in Turkey that are developing. Ankara, for example, we have Centurion here, for example. They have a very successful operation based in Ankara. Their manufacturing operations are there. We have new regions that can develop in the coming years, and I can say that some costs, land costs, transportation costs, sometimes logistics alternatives can differ across these regions, and we also we are trying to develop new areas for pharmaceutical industry to have the alternatives for the next investments. And in the last 15 years, we have seen, according to the data published by FDI markets, according to the last 15 years data, we see that 48 greenfield FDI projects were there. The total value of these projects was around 819 million US dollars, and these projects created 3,000 new jobs. You can see some of the companies invested during these periods, like capacity expansion or greenfield investments. Novartis, Exaltis, Sanofi, Pfizer, Recordati, Amgen, and Menarini are among these companies. And in the brownfield investment side, we see many projects, many M&A deals. And since 2010, we can say that Amgen's acquisition of Mustafa Nevzat Pharmaceuticals was the leading one with around 700 million US dollars, and they continue investing. Recordati, an Italian pharmaceutical company, acquired another Turkish company, and Takeda has acquired a portfolio, another portfolio in Turkey. These were the largest deals in terms of brownfield investments. Thank you for listening. You can always get in contact with us, get in contact with our Korea office or our office in Turkey. We would be more than happy to support you during your entry into Turkey or introduce you to our stakeholders in Turkey. Thank you for listening again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tokgözlü, for the insightful presentation. So next, moving on to our first company presentation from Abdi Ibrahim. Please welcome Ms. Elif Ulku, Business Development Manager in Pharmaceuticals.
Hello everyone, I'm Elif. I'm working as Business Development Manager in Abdi Ibrahim, responsible from biotech and CMO, so welcome. Thank you for hosting us in your lovely country. I will be presenting our activities as Abdi Ibrahim to you in around 10-15 minutes. So thank you for listening. Abdi Ibrahim is a very old company, 110 years old. It has been established as a pharmacy by the grandfather of our current chairman. And there has been a lot going on since then. Our current chairman, Nezih Barut, taken over the management in 1981, and he has made the company one of the world's top 100 companies in the world. And we have been the market leader since 2002 in Turkey, and we are keeping our market leadership for the last 20 years in Turkey. So Abdi Ibrahim has been the largest pharmaceutical local company in Turkey for the last 20 years. And we have made a lot of investments. Abdi likes to invest. And we have made a joint venture in Portugal, in Algeria, in Japanese Otsuka. So we have manufacturing sites in Kazakhstan, Algeria, and a joint venture with Japanese Otsuka. And we are investing to biotechnology for more than 10 years now. We have built a cutting-edge biotechnology facility in Istanbul, in our manufacturing site, and it has been GMP audited and approved by Turkish Ministry of Health in 2018. And we are investing since then. We have a commitment for the renewable energy and ecosystem, and we are investing in joint ventures and acquisitions of other companies since then. So the last but not least, we have invested to OM Pharma, which is a Swiss biotechnology company, and we have acquired 28% of their stakes, and we have been the first Turkish pharma company who has acquired stakes from a European company. And now, we have also access to Swiss biotech manufacturing side of OM Pharma. So we also invest in OTC production. I know that Korea has a very good OTC market. So we acquired a Turkish company, Inoliva, during the last year, and we now own their rights and we run their operations in our head offices. So this is our company profile in a very short summary. This is a family-owned company. It's not publicly listed. We are based in Istanbul. We are around 5,000 people, and we have been the industry leader for the last 20 years, as I've said. We have 3 manufacturing sites in Almaty, Algiers, and Istanbul. You can see our production capacities in there. I will give some further details in a couple of minutes, but what we do, we are by origin a generics company, but we also distribute original pharmaceuticals. So if you have any original pharmaceuticals which you want to distribute overseas, you are welcome to get contact to us. We are very successful in distributing 40% of our portfolio as original pharmaceuticals in Turkey and other markets. And also we are investing in novel drugs in the development. So we have an investment in Okugen, which is an American ophthalmology company, which has 2 biotech products under development right now. Our turnover is around $600 million. And we are quite used to work with international companies. We are working with more than 30 international companies as licensors right now. We are growing to international markets. I will show you some countries in a couple of slides. So I have mentioned about this. Ethan Bey already told very good summary about Turkish pharmaceutical market, but just as a summary, it is around 2.4 billion units market and 7 billion USD size. And Abdi Ibrahim keeps a market share of 9.37% in unitary share, which means one of 10 products in Turkey sold is one of our products. And we have 6% of USD turnover market share in Turkey. We have a very big team, and like half of it is in R&D and manufacturing, but half of it is on the field. So we have 2,200 people on the field marketing and selling our products, and this is one of our strongest muscles, and it shows that we are like we are doing our job at its very best to market and sell the product which we have. And we are growing in the international markets with 600 people of Abdi Ibrahim. And when you look at the sales distribution, 72% comes from Turkey and it's growing. The international markets is around 20% right now. And we also give contract manufacturing services. These are some of in-licensing partners. We have also some Korean partners in there, and we want to grow our partners in here. This is a summary about our joint venture with Japanese Otsuka. It has been the first joint venture of Otsuka. Actually, Japanese companies are not very keen on building joint ventures, but it has been a very good success since then. We are selling their products in our territories like Turkey, Singapore, and Tunisia. This is our manufacturing site. This is very big campus actually. As Etampey told, like Turkey incentives the local production and localization. So that's why we are investing further and further in our manufacturing. We have our traditional manufacturing site, R&D, Abdi Bio, a new sterile injectable factory, ophthalmology facility, hormone facility, all included in one facility and very close to the airport. And this is our facility, traditional facility, which has been EU approved. We produce our traditional forms like solids, dry powder inhalers, effervescence, liquids, and semi-solid generic products. And our production capacity is around 500 million units. And Abdi Bio is one of our newest plants. We have invested more than $100 million to this facility. And we can produce vials, cartridges, syringes, and lyophilized vials in our facility. And we can do DS production and DP production. And we are producing our own products, and we are giving CMO services in this Abdi Bio facility. And what is our Abdi Bio strategy? What we do in our biotechnology? We do biosimilar development, and we target US and Europe markets too. So what we plan is we plan to be in global markets in the next 5 years. And what we do, we also in-license products from the companies like you. If you have any biosimilars or biopharmaceutical products, we are open for collaboration with you to distribute your products in Turkey and in other markets which we operate. And right now what we have is we have 3 biosimilar applications which are ongoing, and we have 4 biosimilars approved in Turkey. And we have captured around 20% market share for the ones which we have launched in the last couple of years. And in the international markets, we also have some biosimilars launched, like insulin glargine and trastuzumab in Algeria. And we are investing in Okujan, which I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, and we also invested to OM Pharma. And this is our new facility. I would like to mention about this because this is also an extension area for our biosimilar biotech production, let's say. But we are focusing to oncology and sterile production in that facility, but it's a modular one. So any project comes, we are ready to extend our manufacturing capabilities in there. These are some of our GMP certificates. We have many GMP certificates. I can say that except US, we can apply and we can receive the certificates right now. And for US, we are planning this in a couple of years. And what we do, we also give CMO services. These are some of our partners which we are working for more than 20 years. You will see here V4, AbbVie, AstraZeneca, GSK. Like these are the global companies which are working with us for more than 20 years. We have a dedicated technology transfer team. So if we build a collaboration where we localize your product, where we produce or where we give you CMO services, you will have a dedicated team which is serving your needs. And right now, 36% of our manufacturing is coming from contract manufacturing. The last slides, which I will have, is about in our international markets. We have 15 countries where we operate with our own forces, mainly Turkey, Algeria, Kazakhstan, but we have just opened our Dubai and Germany offices in the last year. And we are developing and selling products to more than 60 countries worldwide, which you can see in this slide. And these are some of our out-licensing partners. So if you are also interested in products which you would like to take from Turkey, we are ready to share with you our product list and share with you our licenses for you to sell in Korea or Asia or in any markets which you might be interested. So this is some information about our Kazakhstan facility. This is one of the first modern manufacturing facilities in Kazakhstan, and we are quite knowledgeable about this market. And in Algeria, we also have an operation with 50 million units capacity, where we can produce all clinical forms. And we have more than 1,000 products registered globally, worldwide. So we are open for in-licensing, out-licensing, co-development, manufacturing, anything. So thank you for listening to me. Our international markets is $100 million, by the way, and we want to grow with you. Thank you for listening, and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ilku, for the presentation. Next, moving on to the next company presentation from Biopharma. Please welcome to stage Ms. Özlem Büyükgüner, the Business Development Group Manager.
I handle it. Okay. Hello, this is Özlem from Biopharma Pharmaceutical Turkey. I'm dealing with business development activities, contract manufacturing organization activities. So thank you for your attendance. We love Korea very much as Turkey. And I would like to initiate my presentation for introducing Biopharma. Yes. Biopharma is one of the oldest pharmaceutical company in Turkey. It was established in 1945. And don't worry, I will present very short presentation. I will not take your time so much. And we continue to work for better lives since 1945. As Biopharma, we believe that trust, passion, innovation, and work team. By these values, we believe that we will achieve our goals in 5 years. And we would like to be one of biggest pharmaceutical company in Turkey, doing new investment to do new therapeutic areas. We have manufacturing facility, and we have capability for manufacturing hormone, tablets, semi-solids, liquids, and soft shell capsule forms. We are one of the rare companies in Turkey which can export their hormone products to Europe. We have many quality certificates, but I will not tell so much about them. We are dealing with almost 10 therapeutic categories. We have almost 372 MAs. As Biopharma, we have decided to involve new therapeutic areas like oncology, which we are not in, like oncology, biotechnology. We would like to invest these areas. So why we attended this BioKorea in order to find license and supply models, in order to find new developed products with promising clinical studies. If you have that kind of products, please kindly contact with us. As a business development team in biopharma, we are very flexible in terms of the business models. So you can communicate easily with us. We have also international market team, and our team is exporting almost 21 countries. And this is all. Thank you for listening and attendance. Hope to collaborate with you.
Thank you, Ms. Büyükner, for the short but insightful presentation. Next, online, we have Centurion Pharma. Please welcome to stage Ms. Tansun Uzunoğlu, the Business Development Department Manager.
Thank you very much for the introduction. This is Tansun from Centurion Pharma. I'm the Business Development Manager of Centurion Pharma, responsible from all business development activities, including in-licensing, out-licensing, CMO. So I would like to give a brief introduction of our company to you. Okay, here it is. Here it is. It's again a very established company in Turkey, founded in 1949, as a wholesaler, and then we have invested to our manufacturing facility. It's been established in 2018, sorry, and we are specialized in manufacturing sterile injectable products actually, and small molecules. Orphan drugs are our specific areas that we are active. And we have also an R&D center that's approved in 2021 as a R&D central approval received for the site. And also we have a molecule ongoing for COVID clinical studies ongoing. It's in phase 2 trial at the moment, and we're expecting the phase 2 trial results very soon. And we are very excited about this new molecule because it's for the pharmaceutical market in Turkey. There are very few companies who have the ability to invest in clinical studies, and this is very important for, I think, for the establishment of the market. And other than that, we have received European GMP approval of our manufacturing site by beginning of this year. This means that we are now very much open to give service to companies, especially interested to enter into regulated markets after receiving our EU GMP certificate. I think this is one of the main reasons why we are present in this conference at the moment. And we have many different companies, partners all around the world, as you will see. And we have all historical connections with also the Korean companies. As you see here, GC Farm is a pharmaceutical company active in Korean markets. And also many different companies around the world we are actively working with. We are targeting biologicals, orphan products, vaccines, and small molecules. At the moment, we are specialized in different therapeutic areas, especially hematology, oncology, neurology, allergy, immunology are our core areas that we are active. And we are also active in the vaccine area. This is one of our core areas too. As you will see here again, we have different business units focused to promote different kinds of products in Turkey. We are very much experienced, especially in the orphan drugs area in Turkey. And this is our manufacturing facility located in Ankara. Many manufacturing facilities, pharmaceutical manufacturing facilities are located in Istanbul, but this is different because we think it's in the center of Turkey and we're close to government institutions, universities, and it's a very good opportunity to collaborate with the relevant authorities. This is why it's very important for us. And also we are able to, of course, manufacture biologicals, and it's, I think, very critical to be focused on some areas. We are in sterile injectables, and we are able to manufacture biologicals, vaccines, and this is, I believe, very much important to focus. And as you will see, we are able to manufacture liquid products, vials, lyophilized products, PFS, cartridges in our facility. And yes, it's actually a very new facility, state-of-the-art facility. As I mentioned, we also received EU GMP certificate very recently, which is, we are very excited because now Europe is our target market. We are starting to export our products to regulated markets after that approvals. So it's, I believe, and we, as I mentioned, I would like to say it again, we are very much open to CMO, give service to Korean companies for manufacturing reasons. So there are many different products in our portfolio, as you will see. Some orphans, biosimilars, vaccines, and we are also on niche generics, niche hospital generics areas. So, and thank you very much for listening to us. And you can directly get in touch with us in Turkish Pavilion. We are going to be still there tomorrow, in case you would like to get more information. Thanks again. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Uzunoğlu, for your presentation. Next, we have the last company presentation for our session today from Turgut Pharmaceuticals. Please welcome Ms. Nermin Özilkural Yolcu, the Product Executive Sales and Marketing Business Development.
Hi, hello everyone. Yeah, it's exciting to be here actually, the first time. Thank you very much at first for listening to us. Today I want to introduce you to Turgut Pharmaceuticals and what we do in biotechnology and try to be very short. Turgut family actually established Fako ilaçları first in 1959, which then became one of the leader companies in the pharmaceutical industry in Turkey for more than 60 years, and be the pioneer in the licensing agreements with many global international big pharmaceutical companies throughout the years, and actually being the first ampicillin production plant in Turkey, and the first FDA-approved pharmaceutical plant in Turkey. Then Fako Pharmaceuticals sold the generic business to Actavis in 2006, and Turgut actually restructured in 2008 under the name of Turgut Biotechnology Group. After that, we concentrated all of our investments and studies in the area of biotechnology, and we defined our strategy as three main definitions. As you can see, we develop, produce, and license highly biosimilar products according to both the Turkish institutions regulations and EMA and FDA regulations too. And we are aiming a biosimilar candidate which is highly biosimilar to the innovator reference drug in the terms of safety, efficacy, and immunogenicity. And at last, in parallel with biotechnological activities, we also aim at in-licensing small molecules and biologics too, which we can license in Turkey. So you can see here, we can define our biotechnological activities under three main headlines. which is product and process development, including cell line development, upstream, downstream, analytical development, clinical and regulatory developments, and GMP production, both drug substance, drug product, and R&D laboratory, quality control laboratory, quality assurance, and fill and finish activities too. Lastly, global partnership means actually we have partnered with many global and the leaders in their own area for the development of our molecules in the first stage, and we did our technology transfer to our facility, and now we will go on our activities in our own facility. So our GMP plant consists of multi-product mammalian cell culture, which is currently established as 2 times 200 liters and is getting ready for the 2 times 2,000 liters to be established very soon. We have the established fill and finish facility in our own site, quality control laboratories, storage rooms, offices, and social facilities. As you can see, we have finished our facility in 2020 and got our first GMP approvals very soon in the beginning of 2021 with the GMP facility certificate in February, GMP biosimilar MAP production certificate, which was for 2 of our molecules, the first 2 of our molecules, in March. And we also got the GMP vaccine production certificate in March, and COVID-19 safe production certificate from Turkish Standards Institution in March again. To give you an overall idea about the establishment of our site, we have, for the development and manufacturing site, we have 2 times 200 liters bioreactors for the upstream in 1 room and 2 rooms for downstream activities. We have master cell bank rooms, storage areas, cold rooms, washing rooms, and media buffer preparation rooms. The second site, as you can see, will be getting ready for the establishment very soon for the 2 times 2,000 liters. We also have the water system area, material airlocks, autoclaves, fill and finish area, and secondary packaging area. We also use some part of the secondary as stability room. We have very big and qualified quality control laboratories, microbiology laboratory, and R&D laboratory too. As Turgut got its R&D center approval in 2017 and has been working as an R&D center in Turkey in pharmaceutical area. So these are Turgut's biotechnological capabilities, being cell line and media selection, upstream, downstream process development, analytical method development, scale-up capabilities, phase 1 production, process validation, and DS and DP production and comparability activities. Actually, this will be a bit technical, so I'm just skipping these ones. You can show, we are starting with this laboratory scale and then going to the GMP scale, the commercial scale, to 200 liters. This is the downstream process development steps. And we have equipped our site with the Merxus single-use production systems to be able to prevent contamination, actually. You can see here. And we have a quality control laboratory, which is equipped, I can say, in the state-of-the-art qualities. We have unique devices, actually, which can be found in Turkey, maybe 1 or 2, and in Europe too. So these are the capabilities, the analytical capabilities that we have to be able to show the biosimilarity of our products. Yeah. Our fill and finish line is equipped with Groninger's FlexPro debagger and FlexPro D-liner machines, which is fully automated. And FlexPro D-liner is actually at Turgut as one of the 4 or 5 companies who have this all over Europe. So it's a really unique machine, fully automated, and diminishes human control very much. So our site has been completed, has been established, and is getting ready for with all the airing systems and air conditioning systems, getting ready for the GMP approval, and we will be getting our approval in the last quarter of this year. Then we will be applying for the EU GMP too. So this is our current pipeline. Turgut has started this development and manufacturing activities 7 years ago, and our most advanced product is the first one, which has been upstream and downstream developed in Merck by France. And the cell line developments are all made for Turgut in Selexis, which is the leader in its industry actually. And then we did the scale up in Merck 2. We made all the activities to technology transfer to our facilities, and now our staff is capable of doing this upstream and downstream and production activities in our own facility. We have made the phase 1 clinical trial in Berlin with Parexel, and the results showed high biosimilarity to the innovator drug. Now we are ready for the process validation in Turgut's facility, and we'll be getting to the phase 3 clinical trial stage very soon. The second one actually was developed in-house. We completed the upstream and downstream processes, and now we are at GMP scale. We'll be ready for the clinical trials very soon, and we will be doing the trials in Europe too. The third molecule is partnered with KBI, but the ownership is 100% Turgut. Upstream, downstream, and phase 1 production was done by KBI, and we did the technology transfer to Turgut. Now this product is ready for phase 1 trial, and we are about to sign our contract with the CRO. We'll be starting it soon. Fourth and fifth molecules is, again, Selexis' cell lines, but the small-scale process development, and the rest of the stages will be done in-house in Turgut. So, to sum up our services and capabilities, we can divide it actually under three categories: the development and manufacturing part, the analytical part, and the filling and finishing part. So we are a mammalian cell-based facility, so we are able to do the protein development and upstream, downstream process development, and 200-liter large-scale manufacturing in our own facility. So these are our analytical capabilities: high-resolution mass spectrometry, label-free biomolecular interaction, in vitro cell-based assays, and pharmacopoeia methods for general analysis, microbiology safety analysis, and orthogonal purity analysis. In sterile filling, actually, we are very proud of our facility, actually, so we want to talk about our firsts. So, as I said, it was the first line in Turkey which has the fully automated D-liner. And also, the first machine in Turkey, the microcurrent HVLD IPC container closure integrity system, it will be the first in Turkey, and hopefully there will be more. So, we have European and Japanese pharmacopoeia comply visual inspection tables, ionized hydrogen peroxide fumigation systems, automatic D-liner equipped filling line, and we are able to do both nested syringe and vial filling in the same line in our facility. And all of the formulation and filling steps is single use, and it's just to prevent contamination. So our facility is capable of, fill and finish facility is capable of doing the 1 milliliter long syringes, 10 million a year. And for the vials, depending on the size of the vials, it changes from 2 to 5 million per year. So, as I said, I will talk about it shortly because it's bio. We are doing the small molecules in licensing in Turkey. For now, we are in licensing them as finished products. We have 6 molecules under registration approval right now to be getting ready on the market very soon. So, we are actually open to any kind of partnership or collaboration about in licensing, out licensing biosimilars, or CDMO activities, as you can see the capabilities of the site, and also in licensing small molecules if any opportunity arises. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yolcu, for your presentation. So that was the last presentation for our session today. If there are any questions from the floor, please raise your hand. Any questions? I guess there's none from the floor. I believe we also have online viewers, but I don't think we can get questions from them. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to get in touch with us later. We have our office here in Seoul. If you simply search Toki Tujachong in Korean in Naver, our website and our Naver blog comes up. We have a Korean personnel here in our Seoul office as well. Miss Kim Sujong, she's also here with us today. So you can feel comfortable speaking to her directly in Korean. I myself also speak some level of Korean, so you're always welcome to contact with us. So once again, I would like to thank, first of all, BioKorea for giving us the opportunity to make our presentations. Also, I'd like to thank the Turkish Pharmaceuticals Manufacturers Association, and of course, thank our companies. Without them, we wouldn't have these stories to talk about. And also, thanks to all the audience for your time and your attention. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. So it was very great presentation. Also, they provided insights on the current status and prospects of the global biohealth sector, especially in Turkey. So thank you very much once again. Also, my special thanks to go to Mr. Tasaran, from country advisor, for the hard work. Thank you once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the second day of Bio Korea 2022 Bio Live. We would like to thank all the presenters and everyone who has joined the session from 10 a.m., right? And Bio Live will continue tomorrow as well at the same location from 10 a.m. We have also excellent company's presentation are waiting for you. And we ask for your continuous interest and participation for tomorrow's session as well. Then this will be the end of the day 2 of Bio Live. I'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Korean Standard Time. Thank you very much.
Every single day, for the good of millions all over the world, we rise and get to work so we can help bring you better tests,
Don't worry, you got this.
more effective treatments and vaccines, and life-changing breakthroughs. And we never stop in pursuit of answers. every single day for the good of millions all over the world. We rise and get to work so we can help bring you better tests,
Don't worry, you got it.
more effective treatments and vaccines, and life-changing breakthroughs. And we never stop in pursuit of answers. Every single day for the good of millions all over the world. We rise and get to work so we can help bring you better tests,
Don't worry, you got it.
more effective treatments and vaccines, and life-changing breakthroughs. And we never stop in pursuit of answers. Every single day for the good of millions all over the world. We rise and get to work so we can help bring you better tests,
Don't worry, you got it.
more effective treatments and vaccines, and life-changing breakthroughs. And we never stop in pursuit of answers. every single day for the good of millions all over the world. We rise and get to work so we can help bring you better tests,
Don't worry, you got this.
more effective treatments and vaccines, and life-changing breakthroughs. And we never stop in pursuit of answers. Every single day for the good of millions all over the world. We rise and get to work so we can help bring you better tests,
Don't worry, you got this.
more effective treatments and vaccines, and life-changing breakthroughs. And we never stop in pursuit of answers. Every single day for the good of millions all over the world. We rise and get to work so we can help bring you better tests,
Don't worry, you got this.
more effective treatments and vaccines, and life-changing breakthroughs. And we never stop in pursuit of answers. every single day for the good of millions all over the world. We rise and get to work so we can help bring you better tests,
Don't worry, you got
more effective treatments and vaccines, and life-changing breakthroughs. And we never stop in pursuit of answers. Every single day for the good of millions all over the world. We rise and get to work so we can help bring you better tests,
Don't worry, you got
more effective treatments and vaccines, and life-changing breakthroughs. And we never stop in pursuit of answers. Every single day for the good of millions all over the world. We rise and get to work so we can help bring you better tests,
Don't worry, you got
more effective treatments and vaccines, and life-changing breakthroughs. And we never stop in pursuit of answers.